3 to 7 p.m. live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets will be looking to get off to a good start for the new week this morning, following Friday's stronger than expected jobs report when America's employers added 272,000 jobs in May. President Biden saying in a statement, the great American comeback continues. The jobs report may cause the Fed to delay cutting rates even longer, as the thought is the more people who work, the more people spend, which may lead to more inflation. Fed Chair Jerome Powell will hold a news conference Wednesday. Friday, the Dow was down 87, the NASDAQ down 40, and the S&P 500 down 6. But all three indices were up for the week. NVIDIA shares begin trading on a 10-for-1 stock split basis today. Wednesday, we'll get the Consumer Price Index numbers for May. And on Thursday, May's Producer Price Index figures. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A summer of sales is taking shape as some major retailers cut prices on thousands of items, and fast food chains offer cheap deals, including $5 value meals at McDonald's and $3 breakfasts at Wendy's, hoping to win back inflation-weary consumers.
And they notice when the price of a Big Mac goes up, when the price of a cup of coffee rises by a quarter on their every morning breakfast routine to work. So I'm obviously very conscious of this moment.
Scott Roderick, a McDonald's franchise owner in California, says rising costs have taken a toll on both sides of the counter. He blames a combination of factors, including the state's minimum wage hike, government regulations, and insurance rates soaring along with other costs.
And of course, just like a customer experiences walking out of a grocery store, looking at their basket of goods and wondering, wow, that was expensive. My cost of eggs and potatoes and dairy, you name it, they've skyrocketed as well.
Overall inflation has come down from a 9% peak. In April, consumer prices were up 3.4% compared to a year ago. But that means still rising. And since January of 2021, grocery prices are up 21%. Some critics blame Bidenomics. President Biden says he's fighting to lower costs. Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su telling Fox Business,
I don't think it matters what you call it. This is an economy that is doing well.
She says they've defied all expectations with job growth after a stronger than expected report for May. 272,000 jobs created. The unemployment rate ticking up to 4%. Though it's now held at or below that threshold for 2.5 years, the longest stretch since the 1960s. This as the Fed holds its latest meeting this week, still looking for signs inflation is cooling enough to start cutting its benchmark interest rate.
The jobs are being added, not necessarily where we want to see them.
Jackie DeAngelis is co-host of The Big Money Show on Fox Business.
We thought we were starting to see some signs that the labor market was cracking, but you're seeing a lot still in leisure and hospitality, which remember lost during the pandemic. So that makes sense in some ways, and also in government. And that's not necessarily where you want to see the jobs in government expansion. You want to see them in private. And we talk to people who are in the job market and they're hunting. It's this dual scenario, which is I hear more and more that people are working multiple jobs to make ends meet. And that's really important because traditionally in America, you're supposed to work one job and be able to make it. So we're seeing this like sort of shift in the labor market that we haven't seen before, I think because the dynamics generally right now are so different than we've seen in the past.
And do these reports distinguish between full and part-time jobs? Because that's another sort of buried part of this story every
Absolutely.
month, right?
And part-time jobs are up. So you can see that someone that has the full-time job may be taking that part-time job up on, and that people are a little bit more strained than normal. Listen, ultimately, I can't say it's a terrible report. It's a good report if we're adding jobs to a certain degree. They weren't all in the sectors that I mentioned, but they were mostly concentrated there. This economy has held up because Americans are resilient. Remember that consumers are 2/3 of the U.S. economy, and we need certain things to live and get by. And as long as there are jobs out there and people are working, no matter how many jobs they are, you're going to spend money on those necessities, food, shelter, whatever, and that keeps the train going.
The wage part of this report was also more than expected, right? And outpacing inflation, which is obviously a nice trend if it keeps up. people, though, but this is another one of those reports, though, where the data seems good, but people in poll after poll still are not feeling it.
You got to peel back the layers. It does sound good on the surface that wages are going up, especially in an environment where prices are going up. So people need more to be able to get by. As businesses pay those wages, it kind of is going to spur more inflation. And that's the problem, right? So they're going to pay higher wages and they're going to see it in their bottom line, in their profits. And ultimately, this becomes a little bit of a vicious cycle. And this is what's difficult for the Fed to tame, and kind of get a grip on the whole situation as these dynamics are playing out. Yeah, on the top line, it looks good that people are getting paid more, but it costs businesses more, and then they're going to charge consumers more. And ultimately, I think the only way that you can bring those costs down is by tackling the energy conundrum, which is bring the cost of transportation and oil down in this country. And all of a sudden you'll see, because the oil sort of permeates everything that we do, even if it's not obvious on the surface. And when you bring those costs down, you'll start to see everything slowly tick down also.
President Biden has kind of taken aim at corporate profits when he talks about helping to lower prices and sort of leaning on them. And I think in his latest statement on the jobs report, he even pointed to some of the prices coming down at certain chain stores as maybe evidence of that taking root a little bit.
Right.
Is that actually what's happening? I mean, are they just trying to get more customers back because they've lost customers because people can't afford things?
I think it's the latter. And I think you're being kind when you say he took aim at them. I would say he's attacked corporations. He's attacked the oil industry. He's attacked the grocers and the food industry, and going around saying you're taking advantage of Americans in this environment. That's not what they're doing. Listen, corporations don't give things out for free. They have to make a profit. And ultimately, all of their costs have gone up. So let's look at one example specifically, the value meal at McDonald's for $5. All of a sudden, people are turning around and saying, how can you do that right now? How can you give us that break? Were you gouging with the $18 Big Mac meal in Connecticut? No. Ultimately, they're losing money on that meal. Coca-Cola is donating $4.6 million to make that combination work. They're doing it to get people back into the store because a regular meal now, and the Connecticut example of the Big Mac is an anomaly, as the CEO pointed out, but prices are up almost 50% across the board, and people feel it. So they want to get you back in the door with that cheaper meal, kind of like promotional thing. It's not going to last forever, by the way. It's a limited time only. And they hope that, you'll start coming back to McDonald's or whatever the store is that's offering the promotion.
I wondered, and it's two different industries, but I wondered with the fast food chains, because it's a variety of them now that have different deals that are coming into play, with them and with some of the retailers like Target. And Walmart, right, cutting prices. What is their profit margin like? Like, is there a chance they could sell enough additional items to make up for that loss in profit, or they're just more concerned about the long-term view here and maintaining a customer base?
I think there's a chance that they could up their volume in a way. I hear what you're saying. Anytime you cut prices, if you up volume, then ultimately you can kind of remain even. There's a chance of that. There's also a chance that it hits their margins. And next time we have earnings season, they start to report that margins are taking a hit. And then the stock market starts to suffer as a result of that, because investors don't want to hear that kind of, rhetoric coming from the companies. So we'll have to see how it plays out. I don't have a crystal ball.
But they also probably took a hit in the profit margin as their cost of doing business was rising, and they didn't pass it all on to the customer, at least not right away.
So they did pass it on to the customer. They took a profit margin hit in general, but I also think companies are finding ways to be savvier. So the two examples we're using, think about them, Target and McDonald's. When you walk in, you don't talk to a person anymore. You deal with a kiosk. So this is where the whole AI situation comes in, and how we're automating things and bringing costs down. So when you take all these factors into account, I think over time, you'll sort of see, I think, a leveling off. But it's very interesting, these self-checkouts and these kiosks where you're putting orders in, they're finding ways to incorporate technology to bring their costs down so that they don't have to, really stick it on the consumer.
When you do see these big types of chains, both retail and fast food, starting to cut prices and make these kind of, even for a limited time, these really big deals, What does that say more broadly about the economy? Is that a warning sign that there's a lot of concern about how much consumers are willing to spend?
I think so, because I always say this about wages. While we want to see our employees across the board in the country get paid higher wages, if the minimum wage is, say, $15, or in California, it's $20 an hour, your Big Mac meal is a very good comparison, right? Someone should be able to, and they have throughout history, be able to work an hour to pay for that meal. When the cost gets so, out of whack, that's when we start to have problems. That's why the cost of that meal has gone up. So ultimately, is the worker really gaining from this scenario when the costs have gone up so much? Not really.
And you do talk to a lot of business owners, big and small, on the Big Money Show on Fox Business. Are they feeling anxious about the economy as well, just like a lot of consumers seem to be?
They are. They've expressed their concerns. All of these issues we've just brought up have, been sort of a result of all these conversations I've had with people. But to not sort of be too downtrodden about life in general, they also tell me Americans are very resilient. We've gotten through really difficult times in the past, although the scenarios may have been different, and we will get through this. And so ultimately, that's what we've seen. People are working hard. They're doing what they need to do to be able to afford what they need to afford and put a roof over the kids' heads and feed them and clothe them, and life will go on. Would we like to see a better scenario? Yes. And so I think that's what people are thinking about as they go into the polls in November.
One last thing. What's the best advice you're hearing right now for people who are still struggling to make ends meet?
I always tell people, the best thing you can do to navigate a difficult time is sort of, dig deep in your stomach, in your gut, wherever it is, and pull back on your spending, which isn't a great scenario for the economy and the consumer and these things that we've been talking about. But, maybe that vacation that you take every year isn't the time to do it. Or maybe buying higher end goods, clothes, whatever, this isn't necessarily the time to do it. Ultimately, you have to make sure that you're meeting your expenses. And I never want to see anybody go into debt, especially with these credit card rates that are so egregious. So, I always say adjust your expectations, be nimble, pull it back a little bit. Maybe things will change and you can go back to normal. But again, that debt scenario really worries me. And remember, this is something we didn't touch, but credit card debt over $1 trillion in this country. And I worry about that because we had dug out of that during the pandemic in such a healthy way for the first time in years. And unfortunately, we couldn't sustain it.
And buy now, pay later, really popular.
It's so popular. And unless it's like a super, super essential, something that you need to do that for, I don't recommend it.
Fox Business's Jackie DeAngelis, co-host of the Big Money Show on Fox Business.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Hale and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
America's infrastructure is ancient and crumbling. Crooked politicians pocket the funds meant to keep you safe and to power your home. Where does that leave you? In the dark. Or you could keep the lights on with the Grid Doctor 300 solar power generator from MyPatriotSupply.com. My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for emergencies, and power outages are emergencies. The Grid Doctor 300 lasts longer and runs stronger. Connect it to solar panels, your car, or a power block or wall to charge it. Not only does this generator charge quickly, but you can use it while it charges. Multiple power ports mean no device is left behind. Run phones, fans, CPAP machines, even mini refrigerators. It's easy to use. Unleash power for all, from kids to grandparents. Protect your family with reliable power. Get the Grid Doctor 300 and save $50, plus get free shipping at MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful feel energized and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. As you know, I'm a dad. I got 3 beautiful kids, and I know what dads want for Father's Day. They want memories. They want family time. They want great food. Food around the grill. That's what I love. That's why Omaha Steaks makes it so easy to make dad happy. And you can get packages for dad starting at just $89 when you go to omahasteaks.com and use my promo code Zioli at checkout. That's right. Father's Day is almost here. You got to get cracking on this. Dads don't need another shirt. They don't need another hat. What they want is great steaks. And there are no steaks better than Omaha Steaks, because every steak at Omaha Steaks is aged for 28 days. That is how you enhance the steak flavor. Plus, backed by the most unbelievable guarantee in the business. Packages for dads starting at just $89 when you go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code Zioli at checkout. Do it today, because Father's Day is almost here and you want to make dad happy. And as a dad, I can tell you we love steak. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Deborah Valentine. Presumptive GOP nominee Donald Trump holding an outdoor campaign event in Las Vegas, Nevada Sunday, telling supporters President Biden's executive order on the border isn't working.
What he signed means nothing. In fact, it makes it easier. In my opinion, it opens the border still further. We have people coming into our country.
The president's executive order limits border crossings at 2,500 per day. Today, Mr. Trump will be interviewed virtually from his Mar-a-Lago estate by the New York Probation Department following his conviction in his hush money trial. President Biden's preparing for this week's G7 summit in Italy beginning on Wednesday. Fox's Jill Nato reports.
He'll speak with leaders of the world's biggest economies about getting funding to Ukraine.
About $280 billion in assets were frozen at the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Despite an abysmal night shooting three-pointers, the Celtics beat the Mavericks 105-98 to go up 2-0 in the NBA Finals. Drew Holiday led Boston offensively with 26 points. Game 3 is Wednesday night in Dallas. Carlos Alcaraz beat Alexander Zverev in 5 sets in the French Open final. He's the youngest player to win Grand Slams on 3 different surfaces, having already won the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. Scottie Scheffler won the Memorial Golf Tournament, his 5th win of the season. The U.S. Open starts on Thursday, and Kyle Larson won on NASCAR's road course at Sonoma to take over first place in the Cup standings. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I still don't think Major League Baseball really cares to look deep into any gambling issues within their sport. I think this is just a little warning shot across the bow with a guy who is a part-time player and is currently injured, and then 4 minor league players. And the guy that's getting the boot from baseball forever, no one's ever heard of him. He's not a star. He barely played. and he's currently injured. I just refuse to believe that the culture of Major League Baseball, which is when you have a day-night doubleheader, every one of your players goes back to the clubhouse and bets big money on card games, and you're constantly competing, and there's so much downtime, that there's not some other player of note that has placed a bet on a diamond sport on a sports app that we've yet to hear about. I think that they might know, and if they don't want to know if that is going on. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The West heads east on Monday, June 17th and Tuesday, June 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05 when the Padres visit the Phils at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. 2 of the NL's best will battle it out when the Dodgers visit CBP on Tuesday, July 9th at 6:40, Wednesday, July 10th at 7:05, and Thursday, July 11th at 6:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? The choice is easy. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Monday, June 10th. It is indeed Hale and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker is the chairman of the board. Henry and Phil are here as well. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend as we begin the countdown to Father's Day weekend. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you as well. And the man who was on Long Island on Friday, speaking to the Utes.
The Utes.
At Hofstra University.
What a godforsaken place New York is. It is just horrendous.
How long did it take you to get there?
Like 3 hours or something, almost 4 to get back. Just the worst place to try and get around.
Live,
and it's
work.
Just the worst.
Visit.
The worst people, the worst drivers. Yuck.
The cost of living.
It's just horrendous.
How is that appealing to anybody?
I have no idea. But I will say this. I want to take this weekend's weather and bottle it.
Yes.
And save it and have it for the rest of the summer. It was tremendous.
So that's what San Diego feels like.
Oh, just beautiful.
It was great.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I agree.
More of that, please.
I watched T-ball. I played golf. I watched T-ball, and then I played more golf.
You watched T-ball?
I went and saw my nephew Landon, my sister's 5-year-old, play T-ball.
Yeah.
The South Parkland, yes. You haven't lived until you've gotten up at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning.
God.
Driven to the Lehigh Valley.
No, thank you.
To watch the South Parkland Phillies play the South Parkland Pirates in a 4-inning F-Fest where nobody can get on base, nobody can pick up a ball, parents are losing their minds.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting there chugging coffee, and I'm like, all right, I'm glad I have 2 girls.
Well, you're a good uncle.
Some would say. Some would say.
Or you're just bored on a Saturday morning.
Yeah. Every now and then I got to do charitable work.
I get you.
Right?
I get
you got to earn some points here and there.
Yep.
So we got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. We've got a big take on the turning of gender ideology during the month of Pride. Very interesting, kind of a data-driven big take, but also some people in the medical community speaking out. So we know what will happen to them in a matter of days or weeks. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's coming up. Also, a fake news Friday news dump, I think. Although I'm still not 100% sure because the judge kind of took the bait. Twitter took the bait.
No, shocking. Twitter took the bait.
But we're going to get into this because I think this is fascinating.
Radio host on this radio station took the bait.
Fireable offense, in my opinion. Fireable offense. Also, the Democrats fear one potential Veep possibility for Donald Trump. And they fear this individual more than anybody else on the short list of 7 or 8 that have had to submit their financial paperwork. So we'll get to that this morning. Also, the latest on, surprise, surprise, Caitlyn Clark. And also a Chiefs kicker who's such a bad human being actually saved one of his teammates' lives. There we go. It's Monday morning. Cut sheets loaded as well. We got a lot of good stuff to get to. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news right out of the gate here at 6:04. Round number 1, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Monday morning, June the 10th, 65 degrees. We'll have the full forecast and see if Greg Stocker and Nick Hale get their forecast wish. We have Phillies news as they come home from London, but we'll begin in Philadelphia with tragedy as a young child has died. The authorities, first responders, pulling the child's lifeless body from a creek in Philadelphia last evening in the 1100 block of East Wyoming Avenue, right near Tacony Creek Park in the Crescentville section of Philadelphia. So police responding to 911 calls to this child in the water. Officers say they did find the 9-year-old little boy in the water, pulled him from the creek, rushed him to the hospital. There's no word at this moment on his identity, if anyone reported him missing, what's going on here. There's some, I will say, there are some unusual pieces of this and the way it's being reported. So authorities just say they're investigating the incident with no further details. So watching that real tragedy this morning, obviously. We have a man arrested in Montgomery County after a fatal shooting happened outside his business over the weekend, Saturday night. So police saying that 41-year-old Maurice Bird of Horsham is in custody regarding the shooting death of 37-year-old Steve Strasburg of Hatboro. So we only know that they were responding to 911 calls to Razor Reese's Salon and Spa on North York Road. So the spa is owned by Bird, according to the investigations. By the time they got to the scene, they were called by 911. They found one individual, the victim, with multiple gunshot wounds, transported to the hospital, later pronounced, and now the other man that is in custody, 41-year-old Maurice Boyd. He's the one in custody. 37-year-old Steve Strasburg of Hatboro. He's the one who was shot to death. Another one where we don't know exactly what sparked the situation. A real tragedy.
Well, they're saying that the use of the N-word may have been
uttered.
Yes, yes.
Oh boy.
Among the unofficial reports.
York Road, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, the salon. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Razor Reese's Salon and Spa on North York Road.
All right.
Do you know where the Daddy Pops diner is there in Hatboro? It's like right next to it.
I have some general idea of that area, but
by the way, that's not unofficial reporting. I got that report from thepatch.com, by the way.
Oh,
Dawn. So I'm just saying, like, I'm not just pulling that out of thin air.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that you were.
Okay.
I don't have it on the from police. That's all.
I got you.
So there were witnesses who, so they have to fully investigate.
Of course. We always like to fully investigate everything except when something comes on Twitter, and then we just blatantly put it out there like
6:30 block is coming up, folks. Get ready.
As you know, I don't get my news ever from Twitter. We have a summer event, South Jersey, ending early. They called it a night, Saturday night, due to safety concerns. Police say that this happened in Pennsauken Township, Camden County, South Jersey. A big summer kickoff celebration at the Community Recreation Center there on Westfield Avenue. It was supposed to be a wonderful event featuring food, music, fireworks, and it was meant to last from 6 to 9 p.m. Unfortunately, it was shut down just 15 minutes early due to safety concerns, and they canceled the fireworks. Police say multiple large crowds started to form and soon became, quote-unquote, unruly. So because of this, they cut it off early and no fireworks. Disappointment from the community. Police said, we apologize to the attendees, but we have to put safety first. Can't handle the unruly crowds. That's a trend we are seeing, whether it's the boardwalk, in the Philadelphia region, South Jersey, where police, at the end of the day, if we get these large crowds of youths, kids being dropped off, right? We see it over and over. We've seen festivals shut down. That's pretty much the status quo that we're seeing across the region.
Yeah, we live in a day and age where we can't have nice things because large gatherings disrupt everybody else that's abiding by the laws and the rules of society.
Yes.
Yeah. This is what happens when you handcuff the police and don't let them do their job.
And we do have 2 men in critical condition after a double shooting in South Philadelphia. This was yesterday afternoon. It was a beautiful afternoon weather-wise, but not at 4:22 p.m. when police responded to these reports of shots fired. 22nd and McKean Streets, the first victim, a 30-year-old man shot multiple times throughout his body. Second victim, a 30-year-old man shot once in his back. Both taken to the hospital in critical condition. Police say they're focusing on a blue Dodge Charge as part of this probe. No arrest in this incident, no motive. We don't have that one as far as any motive, just that we have these 2 30-year-olds.
Well, at least they drove an American car this time around. Usually it's the Hyundai or the Kia. At least they're staying domestic.
We have Hunter Biden, the trial continuing, could wrap up this week. And we all in his federal felony gun charge case that's happening in Wilmington, Delaware. We have DJT, Donald J. Trump. Obviously, a lot of news with him, what he said on the campaign trail in Vegas. And as well, he is slated for a Zoom meeting. He's back in Mar-a-Lago, but he has to Zoom in a meeting with the courts. And that is the latest Manhattan case, 34 guilty counts. And so he has to meet with a probation officer, go through some formalities. Meantime, his attorneys say they are formulating the appeals process.
Could you imagine being a Manhattan borough or whatever they officially call it, probation officer, and you've got all these no-name losers that are typically on your caseload, and then comes across Donald J. Trump. Mr. Trump, have you used any narcotics in the past 90 days? Would you submit to a screening? Yeah, you go through your protocol and your rigmarole, and you just realize, oh my God, this is actually the 45th president of the United States on my docket.
Well, and that they're saying because he is a first-time offender, this week being his 78th birthday on Friday, of course, on Flag Day, because he's a first-time offender, first time in his life, just turning 78 years old, it's unlikely that he would face jail time. That's one of the latest headlines.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that, though, I will say at the Vegas rally, 2 things. He did challenge Joe Biden to a drug test. He said he would submit to any kind of a drug test if they want to look at that. Also, vowing to end taxation of tips.
I saw that for the service industry.
Yes.
How about that? I think that'll play well to the waiter and waitress and hostess crowd out there.
100%.
Yeah.
And our news and our forecast sponsored this morning by Styles CFO Services. This forecast is a beauty. So we have 79 gorgeous degrees. If you liked yesterday, less breezy, not much humidity, 79 bright sunny skies today, and much of the same for your Tuesday tomorrow.
Beautiful.
Lovely forecast for our Phillies coming home from London.
Yeah, with a little split.
Lost game 2.
What a waste of a trip.
I was hoping they would sweep the Mets and the Mets would be forced to stay in London permanently.
But like you go all the way across the pond. I get it. It's great. I mean, 90% of people from Philadelphia were there.
Yeah.
My entire timeline on my social media things is just people I know in London.
Oh, really?
Must be nice.
Yeah. Take a trip. Did Phil Almquist go?
No.
He's been on travel.
I'm surprised he didn't.
Yeah.
But but what a waste of a trip. It was basically you might as well have not played the series.
I was
You
just
split
thinking.
it.
I was thinking about it when they had it when they went over. It was Thursday or Wednesday. I'm like, you know what? Just come back healthy. Just the Mets are so bad. You're so good. You're not going to really accomplish much. You're up so many games on the Braves. Just nobody get hurt.
I know.
And Suarez was great again over the weekend.
Well, I mean, the Yankees had the we don't know the status of Juan Soto.
Yeah,
he's like their best player.
I actually watched a little of that game last night, the Yankees and Dodgers.
Yeah.
That could the World Series is either going to be the Yankees, Phillies, or the Yankees, Dodgers. That would be my guess right now. I know they're like the 3 best teams. It's not really going out and giving a bold statement.
But what I'm saying is that if Soto's out for any extended period of time, that could be bad news.
Yeah, but they're getting Cole back too. So yeah, I've got Soto on my fantasy team.
I get you.
I'm a loser.
Well, 6-5, we lost yesterday in London, game 2, so heading home, and I don't know. I would not call it a waste. London, I think they had a cool time.
A bunch of time zones and
oh, come on, it was neat
on turf you're not used to playing on, or
they have
you're not used to playing on.
I think they have either 3 or 4 of the top 6 pitchers in baseball right now with from an ERA standpoint.
Who does?
The Phillies.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Well, everybody's hating on Ranger Suarez, and
I don't understand why.
He was, he's been not great, but he pitched a great game the other day. So.
I mean, everybody thought all of a sudden he was Sandy Koufax. I mean, come on, he's Ranger Suarez. Yeah, it's a nice little spot, but come on. Sorry, Dawn.
Well, London series, no more London Bridges. So now we almost won game 2. It was a fun series. We're just jealous you didn't get to go.
Close only counts, and yes, I am.
See, I actually have no interest in going to London. I have no interest in going over there at all. Not always cloudy and dreary.
Oh,
and
stop.
Just go to Seattle if you want that.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. It's like my it's like Stalker's disdain for the French.
Oh, I'm gonna have.
I got no time for anyone.
I'm gonna have some. There was a big state dinner with Biden and Macron over the weekend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where he kissed France's butt.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You gonna go off today?
Oh, just the worst.
Is it a French kiss?
Oh.
Bow down to that horrendous place.
Here we go.
Horrendous people.
Well, let's thank our sponsor first, Style CFO Services, offering a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Just visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Styles CFO Services be yours. Thank you, Styles CFO Services, for sponsoring our first edition this Monday morning of Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 Monday morning. Let's kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, the tide is turning on transgender and pride. A majority of Americans, I don't believe, have an issue with people who identify as trans. A majority of Americans do not believe that men should be in women's bathrooms or locker rooms. And a majority of Americans, I think, have Pride Month fatigue. The silent majority, which is most Americans who don't voice their loud vocal minority views, also believe that everyone should be treated equally. But they don't like it when fringe beliefs from either extreme end are pushed on them at every single turn. And that's where we are as we have reached the 1/3 mark of Pride Month, and we have the data to back it up. According to Pew Research Center, a growing share of voters say that gender is in fact determined by your sex at birth. Phil, if you could, please post the graphic from Pew Research, and we'll leave this up as we read some of these figures. But the percentage of registered voters who say that whether a person is a man or a woman is taking a turn back to science and reality. In September of 2017, 53% of registered voters said that gender is determined by sex at birth, whereas 45% claimed that gender can be different from sex assigned at birth. In June of 2021, just 3 years ago, that number actually dropped in favor of common sense, with 56% saying gender is determined by sex assigned at birth, and 41% saying it can be different from sex assigned at birth. Then you fast forward to May of 2022. The side that believes gender is determined by sex assigned at birth grew to 60%. Those living on Fantasy Island dipped to 39%. And here we are today, just 2 months ago, April 2024, where 65% are on the side of fact and logic, and those living in a world of my truth down to just 34%. So as Pride Month still has 20 days to go, and as gender-affirming care and LGBTQ plus advertising is shoved down Americans' throats on a daily basis by corporations, social media, and the left-wing fringe, the data shows that this trend might be losing steam. And a trend it is, as we've cited multiple times on this show, the largest gender-affirming care study in the world, where researchers revealed data from a 15,000-plus person study that showed that trans is largely a trend that minors grow out of. But I think most Americans, if not all, couldn't care less what adults do to their own body, as long as it doesn't lead to the harming of someone else or the breaking of a law. But a ton of adults, I believe, despite not interjecting their voices into the lives of another parent's problems, do not share the same views of having minors go through a life-altering surgery and other medical processes that they could ultimately regret once their brain is done developing in their mid-20s. And those in the child medical community are now speaking up and taking a stand as well. The American College of Pediatricians just put out a statement calling out all the major medical associations by name for pushing the gender transition trend on children. They ask for these groups to, quote, immediately stop the promotion of social affirmation, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries for kids and adolescents who are having psychological distress over their biological sex and gender assigned at birth. Listen and watch this clip.
And we have serious concerns about the physical and mental health effects of the current protocols promoted for the care of children and adolescents in the United States who express discomfort with their biological sex. This declaration was authored by the American College of Pediatricians, but really it was developed from the expertise of hundreds of doctors, researchers, and other healthcare workers and leaders who, for years, have been sounding the alarm on the harmful protocols that continue to be promoted by the medical organizations in the United States. Despite recent revelations from the leaked WPATH files and the recent release of the final report from the CAS review, these medical organizations have not changed course. So we are calling on these medical organizations of the United States, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, the Pediatric Endocrine Society, the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry to follow the science and their European colleagues and immediately stop the promotion of social affirmation, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries for children and adolescents who experience distress over their biological sex. In our declaration, we affirm that sex is a dimorphic, innate trait defined in relation to an organism's biological role in reproduction, male and female. This genetic signature is present in every nucleated somatic cell in the body and is not altered by drugs or surgical interventions. Consideration of these innate differences is critical to the practice of good medicine and to the development of sound policy for children and adults alike. Medical decision-making should be based upon an individual's biological sex. It should respect biological reality and the dignity of the person by compassionately addressing the whole person. We are here defying the claims made by these medical organizations in the U.S. that those of us who are concerned are a minority and that their protocols are consensus. They are not consensus, and we are speaking in a loud, unified voice, enough.
How about that? Follow the science. Where have we heard that before? That was pediatrician Dr. Jill Simmons, and I'm sure that Dr. Jill will now be attacked relentlessly by those on the far left calling her transphobic or homophobic. But it's nice to hear a Dr. Jill with common sense. Who knew? Here are some further data points from the Pew Research Center that are noteworthy amongst registered voters. While the vast majority of Trump supporters reject gender ideology, Black Biden supporters are also not with the program. Here are some more percentages amongst voting bases. 90% of Trump supporters, per Pew Research, and 40% of Biden supporters claim that gender is biologically determined. Amongst Biden supporters specifically, 64% of black voters, 46% of Hispanic voters, 32% of white voters, and 27% of Asian voters all fundamentally reject the notion of a different gender than the one you are assigned at birth based on your sex. Some further revelations: 56% of all Americans are uncomfortable using plural pronouns such as they/them, he/him, and she/her. And maybe the biggest revelation when it pertains to pronouns would be the black voter, which expresses, quote, discomfort over using they/them pronouns. But with this reversing of the course and so to speak, comes, some of the insane stories that are still out there that will show what type of battle common sense people will need to keep fighting against what is going on in this country. And this headline is courtesy of Fox News. Quote, the DOJ charges a Texas doctor after he blew the whistle on gender-affirming care for minors. Dr. Ethan Heim was hit with 4 felony charges related to HIPAA violations. The DOJ filed criminal charges against a whistleblower after he exposed a Texas hospital that he worked at that was allegedly secretly conducting gender-affirming care on minors. Dr. Ethan Heim, a surgeon who completed his residency at the Texas Children's Hospital, was accused of HIPAA violations and has been indicted on 4 felony charges. Haim has vowed to fight the charges and suggested that the DOJ is corrupt. Here is what he had to say on Fox News. Listen and watch this clip.
Yeah, and it really is a phenomenal hospital, but there are a select few individuals who are not doing the right thing. And so I had found out that they released that statement in March of 2022, that they were shutting down their program. But soon after, I found out that was not the case at all. I had talked to people who had done those procedures themselves, and saw that it was being done on children as young as 11, 12, 13 years old. And I knew what kind of path these kids were being put down. And as it was my responsibility as an individual, but also my responsibility as a surgeon and a doctor, because if we can't speak up about something like this, then we have no profession left. There has to be some degree of accountability.
Some doctors believe in the Hippocratic Oath and will do what is right for their patients. Others will push a political ideology to turn a profit in fear of pushback and punishment from the far left. But I'll leave you with this to ponder over. If these radical surgeries are for the best interest of the child, why do some of these doctors and hospitals that perform these procedures do them on the down low? Here, I'll answer it for you. Because just like they do, that it's child abuse. That's why. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reactions, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, it's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons today. We'll get some thoughts on this on the other side, and then we also have to get to the fake news Friday news dump that apparently even fooled Judge Juan Merchan, or maybe the judge and his staff didn't do their due diligence. We'll kick that around as we continue. 6 o'clock hour, Kayal and Company, back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback,
Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org. For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Down the corner, around the block, and maybe even in your parking lot, PNC continues to bring banking services closer to your door. Greater Philadelphia is now one of 10 regions where we've permanently introduced the PNC Bank mobile branch. This bank on wheels can be seen rolling up to community organizations across the Delaware Valley. On site and by your side, the PNC Mobile Branch is part of our commitment to supporting communities that need it most. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Imagine outpatient care where all your needs are met in one location. Jefferson Health's Honickman Center is where you'll discover nationally ranked specialty care and more, like patient ambassadors, imaging and lab services, a pharmacy, calming spaces, and valet parking. Designed by patients, for patients. Discover a new level of care, created with you in mind. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit PA1call.org to learn more.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, since my baby left me, well, I found a new place to dwell. Well, it's down at the end of Lonely Street, that heartbreak hotel where I'll be just so lonely, baby. Well, I'm so lonely.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this week. appreciate it because the pain and the agony that Greg Stocker will have to endure for the next 5 days, all thanks to the great attorney Linda Kearns.
Thank you, Linda.
And her generous 4-figure donation to Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. Or no, she made the bike ride contribution, I believe.
Yes, it was for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Correct.
She made a $1,000 donation.
And I'm assuming she has emailed you her playlist for the entire week?
Yep. Yeah, in no particular order, so I'm just going to kind of take everything that she has and throw them in there.
Nice.
Throw them in there. That's probably what you're really doing. Probably picking up the songs physically and literally throwing them in the hopper.
Exactly what I'm doing.
And then I think the movie clip every day should be some
back
in the day movie clip.
No, let's not get greedy.
Come on.
Come on.
We can't kill the boss. We can only give him torturous.
By the way, we're like, speaking of that, for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Yeah.
All the money goes to fallen officers, families of fallen officers. I want to look at where we're at right now.
I'm going to say about 9,000-ish.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we need to get up another 6K roughly to get to the 15K before Father's Day this week, which was my goal.
Well, so let's start small.
Okay.
Let's try and do
get 10.
Let's try and get to 10. If you are listening right now, please go to gregstockersucks.com, gregstockersucks.com, and help us get to $10,000 right now.
Looking forward to that. Hopefully we can get to the ultimate goal of 20, which is our goal by July 21st, just about 5.5 weeks from now. Actually, 6 weeks from yesterday, if my math is correct. All right, Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on this Monday morning. Great to have you guys, and you can get us on the free Odyssey app, watch us on YouTube. We're going to get to a lot of this Trump trial, fake news, Friday news dump stuff coming up here in just a couple of moments. But just some follow-up thoughts here. And, Dawn, I wanted to get your thoughts on this as well because you talk to a lot of moms on your show. All three of us are parents. So you have Dr. Jill Simmons in that first clip that I played for you from the American Pediatric Association, and she says, follow the science. I find it interesting that we were told to follow the science during COVID, and I want you to think about this hypocrisy for a moment from the left. Follow the science, such as masking children and social distancing, only to find out multiple years later officially that it was all made up. We were just kind of, peeing into the wind, so to speak, and just throwing things out there as Fauci and guys like that vilified you for not trusting the science. But now you hear people like Dr. Jill Simmons taking a stand for children and saying to these people, the same ones that tell you to trust the science, that you should actually trust the science because it's dangerous to chop off body parts in your youth and ignore science. And, you look at all these medical centers and these hospitals, and we've talked about these in the past, doing these secret procedures like Texas's Children's Hospital. There's a big institution down in Nashville, Vanderbilt. If you recall, we talked about that story probably a year ago, where they were scrubbing the website, where they had a homepage dedicated to gender-affirming care. And I think this is kind of what you get in a for-profit healthcare system, which is what we have in this country. And that's a totally different story for a different day. But, I mean, how about the parents here? And I don't try to tell parents what to do, Dawn, but I've always thought, like, if you're a parent and you have an 11-year-old and he's begging you or she's begging you to get something that you know is not in their best interest, it's probably in your best interest as the parent to squash that. Yet some parents actually go through with these procedures for their child, and then we hear the horror stories and the regrets years later. So I find it fascinating with that hypocrisy of follow the science. It seems like people just selectively pick and choose which science they like to adhere to. So figured we'd get some thoughts on that real quick.
I've interviewed Beth Ann Rossica, who we got to know during the pandemic, and she's one of the suburban moms and parents that we talk about. She was a longtime Democrat. She's a PhD. She's a specialist in education. And then we started to report on her as she began to wage court battles in Chester County. And actually, she's one of those people who went from being a longtime Democrat to now being a Republican because of the education issue, this among them. And so she writes for Broad and Liberty. She just wrote a piece about school choice and the vouchers. prior to that, what was that, late April, when that UK study came out saying that pretty much everybody else in the world, with the exception of the USA, because of all of the different studies, is treating this issue very differently. And the bottom line on this one is all these studies seem to show that going through puberty is the cure. And to have a surgery or to go overboard on this, as far as a physical invasive major surgery pre-puberty is not the best pathway.
Yeah.
So we are an outlier in the USA. And so you mentioned, suburban parents. There are many in our region, but I would say Beth Ann Rossica has a great voice, constantly filing all these different freedom of information requests, doing the due diligence, and studying the issue as a student now, somebody who was different on the political spectrum, if you will, and kind of evolved, but somebody who wants to look at the facts, wants to talk to the experts, look at all the studies, and her advocacy is, let's put the kids first.
Yeah.
Let's take the politics out of this.
Yeah, this is not going to get your ear pierced. This is not going to get a tattoo at 14. Yeah, these are major life-altering surgeries. We've cited a study that says the brain's not fully formulated and finished developing until you're 25 or 26 years old. So it's just amazing to me that, I don't know, like a 38-year-old parent will sit there and say that, my 11-year-old daughter or son knows what's best, when the reality is you, the parent, knows what's best. So I find that to be fascinating. We've got some other audio that we'll play for you in the cut sheet coming up that continues on with this theme. But you're right. The United States is like, we're sitting out here on an island all by ourselves, while other nations have pretty much come full circle on this. And that's why I wanted to cite some of those numbers from the Pew Research Center. It's still amazing that even though common sense is starting to win out the day over the last 7 years, I think if I was citing those numbers correctly, there's still 34% of Americans. There's still a third of registered voters in this country that believe that you can have a different gender not assigned to you at birth based on your sex. So it's not going to be something that happens overnight, and it's probably another 10, 15 years away from this becoming something where, I don't know, only maybe 10% of Americans actually believe that. And if you believe that, that's fine. And again, if you're an adult, knock yourself out. I mean, I have no problem with you doing any of that as an adult. I mean, if you want to chop off your genitalia, fine. You want to drink alcohol, fine. You want to smoke marijuana, do drugs, fine. But where it really is an issue, I think, for a lot of people is when it comes to the minors. So
yeah, if you want a haircut that looks like a boy or a girl or whatever, grow your hair long or whatever hairstyle, but that's not what we're talking about. Right? So to your point.
It's just the whole rushing thing. It's, one of these things where, look, you feel this way when you're 11, you're 12. Stalker has brought up the trend that happened in the early 90s with the goth movement, and then eventually you grow out of it. But for whatever reason, if you don't grow out of it and you're 18 or you're 22 or you're 28 and you say, okay, you know what, I want to complete this transition, knock yourself out.
Yeah, and so on one hand, I would say, and by the way, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia here, even though, yes, they have their gender-affirming care, and I know before you call in and talk to us about, they say that the vast majority of their gender-affirming care, especially pre-age, let's say 17, is counseling. I would say that's fantastic. Counseling is good. Supporting your kids and all of that, that's fantastic. But this other push to say, let's go overboard on this with an invasive surgery, and even the we've had people call in about the what's it called, hormone replacement theory, which is men or women get that, or cancer patients get it, right? And people say, man, if you've been through that, it causes a lot of physiological things you have to deal with.
Indeed.
Why do that to a 10-year-old?
Right. If you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210. All right, so let's get to the Friday news, fake news dump. And I found this to be interesting. I'm still a little confused by this story. So let me give you the initial story. We're going to give you the letter. And then one website, The Independent, put out a story about how this is basically not a true story. This is completely fake. But I think what's interesting about this is the Judge Juan Merchan, has fallen for this. But I also think this is the times we are living in where, you know, when you look at Donald Trump and you sit here and you look at cases like the Fonnie Willis case and you look at Alvin Bragg and you look at Letitia James and you saw the way that people had it, quote, in for Trump or campaigned to go after Trump. I can understand why people fall for this. And I think it's definitely easier to fall for once a judge falls for it. Not to say that a judge can't make a mistake or be duped as well. But the story that happened on Friday was Judge Juan Merchan notifying parties in New York City's Trump case of a Facebook comment boasting of a conviction before the verdict. So the Post-Millennial has this story. This is the one that I'm reading for, but a lot of people have it, Fox News and other websites as well. A stray comment was posted to Facebook only a day before a jury convicted Donald Trump in a New York court last week, in which the poster said his cousin was a juror on the Trump case and that a conviction was imminent. He thanked the court for their service. Judge Juan Merchan then brought the comments to the attention of the counsel for both Trump and the prosecution just 3 days ago, this past Friday, sending the letter to both Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, and the assistant district attorney, Joshua Steinglass. And I've got here in my hands the letter, and I thought maybe for a second that the letter was doctored and was fake, because God knows what people can do in their free time on the internet and create fake documents with artificial intelligence. But you have an official letter from the Supreme Court of the state of New York addressed, and you can see it here on YouTube. Thank you very much, Phil. This letter was sent to both attorneys, and it says the following from Judge Juan Merchan. Dear counsel, today the court became aware of a comment that was posted on the Unified Court System's public Facebook page, and which I now bring to your attention. In the comment, the user, who goes by the name of Michael Anderson, states, quote, "My cousin is a juror and says Trump is getting convicted. Thank you, folks, for all of your hard work," a bunch of exclamation marks, and then a heart emoji. The comment, now labeled as 1 week old, responded to a routine UCS notice posted on May 29th regarding oral arguments in the 4th Department of the Appellate Division unrelated to this proceeding. The posting, entitled "The Appellate Division 4th Department will hear oral arguments this morning at 10, and the comments were both viewable at the website, which is the Facebook website / New York County. Signed, very truly yours, Judge Juan Merchan. But then we get the update, and Stalker, I believe, found this one on independent.co.uk. A self-described bleep poster, it rhymes with split, launched a Trump conviction conspiracy theory with one Facebook message. It was the message by a bleep poster heard round the world. The post was made 1 day before the historic verdict that saw Trump convicted of 34 felonies. And this post helped launch a new wave of conspiracy theories online, with some right-wing posters claiming that the Trump trial was rigged and that the former president already faced a verdict before the jury announced its decision. Some are even demanding a mistrial be called. Others simply labeled this guy as a troll. Facebook user Michael Anderson made the alarming post, but the account is lightly used, with only 4 public posts visible, 2 of which are reposts of recipes. That was until Friday, when posted a few times after his connection to the Trump trial was revealed. On his page, Anderson describes himself as transabled and a professional bleep poster. In one of the few messages on the page posted Friday, the account's owner elaborates on S-posting, defining such messages as, quote, intentionally designed to derail discussion or cause the biggest reaction with the least effort. Take it easy, I am a professional S-poster. The Independent has contacted the owner of the account for comment, and to my knowledge, he has not responded. And once I saw this story last night, because I only had the first 2 elements that I just read, and I had this story from Stalker, I said, all right, here we go.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Which is why I wanted to bring this to the attention of our audience and give Stalker his chance here to
I don't want to
reiterate the audience.
No. It is just, it's this story, if you waited for 10 minutes, not you, I'm just talking about people, if they waited for 10 minutes to watch this story play out rather than immediately posting it and saying, well, mistrial, this is over, this is done, see, we told you, then you would do some digging and see that this person is and by the way, for people who are not online,
which is actually most people,
an S poster is somebody who just says crazy things to stir stuff up.
Yeah, stir the pot and get reaction.
Over the internet.
Yeah.
So, look, Mershon, I think, was just, he had to alert the lawyers about this, right? I mean, if it's fake or not.
Wouldn't Mershon want to do some sort of investigation through the district attorney's office or through the courts where you try to find out if this is actually valid before officially releasing a formal document statement? That would be I get, when random people fall for it or even people in the media fall for it, but you would think a judge would probably do more digging before making a statement.
But I think any statement that the judge makes is public. Because it's right?
Yeah.
So if the judge I think that if something is called to your attention about a jury tampering, is this individual really a relative of a juror? Anything like that, I think you as the judge are required to, or any officer of the court must report that and then look into it. So is this person really related to a juror? Is there something going on here, or is this some juror's crazy relative just spouting off without knowledge, or are they unrelated and this is an unrelated person who's just trying to stir the pot? Those are all legitimate questions. Yeah. And it does happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It's not an unusual thing to have somebody talk about a jury or make a claim.
This reminds me of the Fannie Willis story. Remember when the indictment was leaked out and the courts posted and published in Fulton County the indictment like a day and a half before the official indictment was released? I think that's what I think there's a little bit of a precedent here for Trump supporters to sit here and say, okay, who knows what in advance before it becomes public knowledge. And then you have this guy named Mike Rothschild. I'm reading from The Independent still. He's a journalist and also a conspiracy researcher. Mike Rothschild called the whole situation, quote, an avoidable mess because the story of the comment reached the masses and the conspiracy mill before it was investigated. Quote, despite the Michael Anderson Facebook post pretty clearly being fake, Trump world is demanding the case be declared a mistrial, all because Mershon's office emailed the attorneys about the post before they looked into whether it was real. What an avoidable mess. Which, again, if he is implying that Mershon should have looked more into it, I think he's got some validity, too, as well, because as we know throughout the way that court case played out, I don't know that Judge Juan Mershon, political bias and agenda aside, I don't know that he's one of the preeminent judges in America, just based on what I've gathered.
That's what added validity to the story, was that official report, was that official letter from the judge. That gets leaked, and everybody's like, oh, wow, there must be something to this. But it dropped it like in the 4 o'clock hour on Friday. By 4:45, if you follow people who aren't professional grifters, they are actually saying, wait, let's kind of look into this. Oh, wait, look at this guy's post. Oh, look at this. Look at other stuff he's posted. All of that type of research that, people normally do without just throwing it up there on Twitter and saying, well, see, this is,
gotta be fact.
It's got to be fact. Everybody needs to be first at everything. And it is just so and then everybody does this and everybody sees this and it's just it snowballs.
Yes.
It snowballs into this whole thing.
Yep.
And we just need to be more responsible with what we put out there.
Yep.
We just do.
Yep. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour, and then Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Hale and Company on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've had nugs dipped in sauce, but have you ever had nugs covered in sauce? Enter Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. 7 saucy ways to enjoy the nugs you love. With flavors from buffalo to honey barbecue, garlic parm to spicy ghost pepper. No matter what flavor you're craving, Wendy's has you covered. With nugs covered in sauce. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
You know I can be found sitting home all alone.
Elvis Week, baby. It's the King all week long. Alan Kayal and Company. Nick Dawn and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Speaking of Elvis, we're going to get to Elvis coming up in hour number 2. Because one writer is now claiming that Caitlyn Clark is the Elvis of women's basketball.
Woo!
By the way, Andrew on the YouTube chat writes, so Greg thinks we're stupid for falling for something that the judge puts out there in a letter. I didn't say anybody was stupid for falling for anything. I'm just saying, yes, the judge should not have put the letter out there without doing more research. But I think, to Dawn's point, which is a correct one, that he kind of has to, and everything he does is public because of the case and who he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
So no, I'm not saying people are no. You see that letter, you hear the story, yeah, of course. But I'm just saying that real journalists dug into it and saw, hey, there might be something more to this, rather than putting it up there at face value. That's all I'm saying. Nobody's stupid for falling for it. I saw it too, and I was like, wow, this is bad. This is horrendous.
Right.
Well, because the jurors are not allowed to discuss,
of course,
the verdict, especially with a family member.
Yep.
So it does allow the Trump team to go back through. It does.
Of course it does.
And the judge knows that.
Yeah, if you're Todd Blanche, you're doing all the digging you possibly can right now.
And by the way, they should.
Yeah.
They absolutely should, because, whether this guy claims to be an S poster or not, it deserves to be looked into in the best possible way it can be.
Yep. All right, hour number 2 is on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. And after the news, Democrats fear this possible Trump VP pick who could spell the end for Joe Biden. Who is it, and how accurate is that statement? Kayal and Company, hour 2, next.
Summertime is here. No time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands, and these are some of the most beautiful, powerful brands on the roadways right now. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
This summer's temperatures are getting hot, hot, hot. Luckily, Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating is here to help keep you cool. Right now, get $50 off same-day AC repair. Or go ahead and upgrade that old unit and save up to $3,700 toward a new full home comfort system. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need service today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season and style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Hey folks, we all have those nagging home repairs that sit forever on our to-do list. Well, today's the day to get those jobs done. Call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No home fix-up is too big or too small for PJ Fitzpatrick. Leaking roofs, missing siding, overflowing gutters, rotting trim? Fix it all now before the little leaks become big problems. The home repair professionals at PJ Fitzpatrick have the knowledge and expertise to fix your home right the first time. So visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Cancer, a scary word.
but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Your small business deserves a strong financial leader. More than an accounting firm, you need a professional who will focus on growth and profitability. With Styles CFO Services, now you can afford an experienced CFO at the fraction of the cost of a full-time CFO. Styles CFO Services offers surprisingly affordable hourly rates, no retainers, contracts, or minimums, and a complimentary 21-point financial assessment. Visit stylescfo.com. That's STILESCFO.com. Accelerate the growth of your bottom line today with Styles CFO Services.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Hale and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Born in the heat of the desert, my mother died giving me life. Deprived of the love of a father.
It's Cale and Company, 7:03 as we begin hour number 2 on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by North to Shore Festival. It's almost time for Prudential Presents North to Shore, New Jersey's biggest music and arts festival. This June, Asbury Park, Atlantic City, and Newark, featuring over 200 performances, including the B-52s and Frankie Valli. Visit northtoshore.com. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. And also after the news, the one vice president possibility for Trump that apparently the Democrats should fear the most. We'll get to that as we continue. But let's get to the news. 7:04, round number 2. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This June the 10th, 65 degrees, heading up to a balmy, lower humidity, 79 degrees today. We are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. In the news this morning, Philadelphia police investigating after a weekend of shootings, the latest homicide, this one in West Philadelphia. A man shot multiple times, 51st and Market Streets. That occurred just before midnight. Police on the scene overnight into this morning as police search for 2 other men who fled the scene, they say, in a black SUV. We don't have a motive. We don't have arrests. We don't have suspects. So that's all the information really that we have. In North Wildwood, I'll take you there. Police now asking for the public's help to help find and identify 2 suspects wanted in connection to this assault at the Jersey Shore over the weekend. Happened Saturday, an aggravated assault on the boardwalk in North Wildwood right near 26th Street. So they've ID'd the suspects, they're releasing their images and saying, do you know these individuals? Please turn them in or turn yourselves in because of what happened in North Wildwood. I don't hear much from Sea Isle City. I don't hear much from Ocean City. after the Cape May prosecutor has said, if you do something as a teen, a youth, whatever, you're going to be arrested, you're going to be charged.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like the tough talk, from the prosecution team in Cape May, it looks like it has worked thus far.
All right, good. It's better than lip service.
Yes, sir.
I need actions backed up with those words. And by the way, too, I know these are teens and these are youth, so it's not like it's always adults. But, I mean, you would think being on the boardwalk along the shore is one of the most untriggering locations you could be in. You got the breeze, you got all, music, the smell of food, people, like the whole bit. And like, that's the place where you want to cause a ruckus and create chaos. I don't know. When I go to the beach, I'm in like total unwind mode. I was always like that as a kid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just have fun.
Yeah.
They're all fired up.
And I understand when you want to start throwing haymakers in a classroom, you don't want to be in school.
Yes, this is true. Referencing a story that we talked about earlier this morning, a 911 call, and that tape has not yet been released, but a 911 call and perhaps a 911 dispatcher may be critical in the case of a suburban business owner who is a black man accused of shooting and killing a white man after the two had some kind of a dispute. So this is 41-year-old Maurice Bird of Horsham. He's the business owner, a salon owner in our region in the suburbs. He's in custody facing murder charges after the shooting death of 37-year-old Stephen Strasburg of Hatboro. So this happened just before 6 p.m. Hatboro police responding to Razor Reese's Salon and Spa. This is on North York Road, and it's owned by Mr. Bird, who's the black man. So according to the reports here, officers, after 911 calls, they find Strasburg, the white guy, in the business parking lot suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He was transported to the hospital, Abington, I believe, where he was later pronounced. So the question here is exactly what happened here, but they do have, and they're charging the 41-year-old business owner, Maurice Bird of Horsham, charging him, among other things, with murder charges. So the question is, he's saying that he was being threatened by this man, and in fact, he says that the man was calling him racial slurs. There's a report from the transcript. I'm trying to get the tapes, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But the tapes will be critical to the case. Was he being threatened? Reportedly, on that 911 call, the transcript says, and Bird claims, that the man said, "What are you going to kill me? N-word."
Right.
He's saying to him, but he also says that the man was grabbing him and that he felt threatened.
Now, when you say tapes, are you referring to the audio recordings from the 911 center?
Yes.
Okay. Because I would like to know if there was video surveillance as well. You talk about, not rushing to judgment. I'd like to actually see if that barber shop or salon was actually, hooked up with, video surveillance to go along with the audio. That would be interesting to see as well.
Yeah, I think if he was being physically assaulted, you mean, and that they would,
right,
that they'll try to pull that.
Yeah, because using even as heinous of a word as that is, words are not justification for murder. And, neither are threats. If they're verbal threats with no threat and imminent danger, that's not a defense. But, if the guy has a deadly weapon or, is, physically, and you feel like your life's in danger, you got to put yourself in that person's shoes. So it seems to me like we need a lot more information on this one.
Yeah, it was some kind of obviously it's, as Greg said, a lot of people know this area. It's a popular area with popular businesses. People are shocked. A lot of people knew the business owner, Mr. Bird, who's the one in custody. What happened here? Apparently the two had common disputes. So was this a situation where the business owner had called with previous threats? I mean, there are a lot of questions they're investigating and going through.
Mm-hmm.
So, but looks like the 911 call, as well as the dispatch, as well as witnesses. To your point, was there somebody in the salon at that point who was recording? These are all the questions that we're asking.
Yeah.
So just trying to report that with as much detail as we can. I'll point you to, as we talk about, locally, Wilmington, Delaware, Hunter Biden, the question as his defense team now, it has taken over for their portion. Will Hunter Biden, will he be called to the stand? That's a question this morning as they head back to court. So we're looking at that one. We're talking about Trump on the campaign trail, obviously picking up some endorsements in Nevada, in Vegas, which now is in play, reportedly, if you believe the polls, as he was promising service workers there, hey, we shouldn't be taxing your tips. If I'm president, your tips won't be taxed. And I'll just point you to this morning, the Philadelphia Inquirer, Julia Taruso writes, why young male voters in deep blue Philadelphia like Trump, almost punk in a way, why it's cool for young men, particularly in this case, they're talking about along racial lines, why young black voters, why Biden is losing support with younger voters, and in particular, voters of ethnicity, mentioning African Americans, mentioning the Gaza issue, Israel issue.
Yep. Sean Farish, as Sean would say, Trump's the outlaw president. Yeah. There's an attraction to that in a way.
Yeah, so you're right that it's now become cool among young voters. Will that stick for the next 5-6 months? We shall find out. As we look at our sponsor this morning, Best Work Industries for the Blind, their e-commerce stores helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture technology, much more. Free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now, save big time at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. Our Phillies, obviously, they've flown home, losing Game 2 in London 6-5 after that big double play. Phils obviously hope to leave London with a sweep despite the split. Players and fans reportedly loved the London experience. And now back to the USA and Boston.
Yeah, Red Sox, baby.
Yeah, Phil's off today, going to get some rest and recovery time because of all the, time changes that Greg Stocker said he couldn't stand.
Yeah.
But they'll open a 3-game series against the Red Sox tomorrow night, Fenway Park.
Yes, I never would have thought that on June 10th, the Phillies would be up 9 games on the Braves. If I would have said that at the end of March when spring training was wrapping up, I would have been fired for a statement like that.
So you're psyched about it, though.
I am. I'm all in on them right now. They're very exciting, and I just love the. And by the way, too, going back to the London thing for a moment, let me just say this. I'm not interested in growing the game. Can we stop this nonsense of growing the game? Let's go to London for baseball. Let's go down to South America for the NFL. What was the story coming out Friday now that the Eagles and Packers, because they play the first game of the year on Friday night, that they're not allowed to wear green because green represents gang colors down there? Did you see that report come out in the news on Friday?
No.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Just play in America. If they want to watch it, they'll watch it. Grow the game. It's not my job. It's not my job.
It's a question, but it's like for a brand manager like Greg Stocker.
Well, yeah, if you're the commissioner of the league, sure, you want to globalize your sport. I just have no interest in it.
I think it's pretty cool if you could jet set. We do have some new nonstop flights to some of these areas from Philadelphia, so it's good for us. But I think post-pandemic, it's cool. Get back to traveling. Get back to it. I love it. If I could have gone to London over the weekend, I would have been there. If I could go for the Eagles to be in South America, I think it's so cool.
And
I would love to go.
And miss out on Friday night high school football in the Delaware Valley? No
That's
way.
why I can't.
No way am I doing that.
It's going to be David's senior year of football, baby.
Wow. That's right.
Not going to miss a thing.
I've got action on LaSalle College High School.
So we've got the forecast. We're looking at even though the thermostat will say 79 degrees, it's a crisp, cooler, lower humidity 79, the kind that you like. That's the high today. Tomorrow, 78 degrees, and then we heat up. So looking at the long-range forecast, Wednesday, 84. For your Thursday, 90 degrees. Thursday's going to be a hot one, if you like it hot.
Yeah, I love it hot.
And then Friday, 92. And then back to the 80s for the weekend. So certainly feeling like a summertime stretch. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Yeah, I looked at the extended forecast yesterday because Harry and I are playing with one of our great listeners who emailed me months ago. We're playing at Trump National Philadelphia on Friday. So I get to finally, because we were going to do it 3 or 4 weeks ago, but the weather washed us out. So now bucket list item to play a Trump course, and it's going to be a scorching 92 degrees.
And you're playing at Trump International on Trump's birthday.
Oh,
Wow.
Friday's his birthday?
Yes, Friday is his Gemini's birthday.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't it be fun if he, I don't know, maybe swings by?
Right? I could ride around in his souped-up cart.
You know?
Yeah.
Get some tips from the Trumpster.
He does
could use 'em.
He does spend summers at Bedminster,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
At Bedminster,
I'm not
yeah.
kidding. I mean, what if?
Yeah, this one I think is over the bridge. It's in Pine Hill.
Oh.
Is Trump National. It's called Trump National Philadelphia, but
Yeah,
it's technically
but it's
in New
technically-
Jersey. Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
You never know.
It's going to be fun.
How excited are you to play that course?
I'm excited to play any course that they would never allow me on as a member.
You, Harry Mays, and
one of our great listeners, Ed.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. So looking forward to that. Just one thing I want to pass along, because I do want to get into this possible Trump vice president pick that could rattle the Democrats. The Democrats are saying could spell the end for Biden, according to insiders. But I don't want to rush through this. So we're going to get to that in the next segment. But I do want to pass this news along, as over the weekend, 4 Israeli hostages, including Noah Argamani, was rescued as Hamas claims over 200 were killed during a complex Gaza raid. So if you were paying attention to the news, perhaps on Saturday or Sunday morning on any of the weekend shows, Israeli forces freed, and we've been talking a lot about these hostages that have been over there for many, many months now. Israeli forces freed 4 hostages that were held captive by Hamas during a raid in central Gaza on Saturday, including the lady I just mentioned, Noah. If you recall, she's the young Israeli woman who became the terrified face of the murderous incursion on the Jewish state. The audacious mission involved apparently several days of highly covert preparations and even a diversionary operation to distract the terrorists that, according to officials, quote, "This is a clear message to Hamas," said IDF spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari. "We are very determined to return the hostages home and will do so in any way and by any means possible." Some of the details behind this operation is pretty fascinating. The IDF, together with the Israeli police's Yamam Elite Counterterrorism Unit and the Shin Bet Intelligence Unit, launched the, quote, Seeds of Summer rescue mission at 11 a.m. local time in central Gaza at this refugee camp, where they targeted 2 Hamas-occupied buildings about 650 feet apart from each of the places that were housing the captives. And the complex operation, which the Israelis had been preparing for weeks to execute, was based on precise intelligence and apparently took place under, quote, heavy fire. So I know we've been talking a lot about the forgotten hostages, and I think even Kamala Harris issued a statement in regards to that. And this is the thing that will drive you insane, is I believe Kamala Harris, and I'm paraphrasing here, even had to make sure that she offered her condolences for the deaths of those in Gaza not remotely affiliated or related with the Israeli hostages. So again, it's this Biden administration straddling the fence of, well, it's great that we got the hostages out that are of Jewish heritage, but let's not forget about those lives that were lost along the way as well. To which I'm just kind of rolling my eyes like, I don't care about these terrorists being killed. Now, if they're innocent civilians, yes, that's awful. But, you know, I feel for the people that have been held underground for 7 or 8 months and haven't seen daylight as they've been in tunnels with these savage individuals. So that was a good piece of news over the weekend.
Yeah.
But I think, Dawn, you had mentioned there's well over 100 plus hostages. So whatever that total number is, you can subtract 4 off of it now.
Yeah, and the IDF police reported, because they had special forces, their commander, Arnan Zamora, killed during that special operation. But it was I think a rare bright light over the weekend, and a reminder, you know, that these 4, that there are still people you can't even imagine.
No.
And hopefully we get, you know, hopefully they can speak out, which I know. I can't wrap my brain around what that's like, especially for Noah,
the
young woman, but because we're hearing horrible things. But it's important to keep, to your point, to keep their stories alive, so that people are reminded. Over the weekend, I was at a place where a place of business where people were talking about it, and one individual made the statement, well, both sides are at fault. And I
Right.
just was like, Dawn, shut your trap. Just
Right.
don't.
Yeah, don't take the bait, right?
Don't say anything. But it's like, well, not if you're one of those hostages still held under there for 8 months.
Right. Well, and lastly, here's one story that you could expect as Columbia University has officially closed their investigation into the harassment of Jewish students, and they failed to identify a single suspect. Columbia University closing its investigation into the individuals who threw water at a group of Jewish students amid their anti-Israel encampment that it plagued campuses for weeks without identifying those involved in the incident. Columbia University notifying and posting this message on their social media saying that they conducted a thorough investigation. However, it was, quote, unable to identify specific individual respondents, and they are, quote, officially closing the case, a.k.a. nothing to see here, Jewish students. Keep it moving, and don't forget your tuition is due on August 1st, so make sure you get those checks in. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. All right, coming up next, Democrats fear this possible veep for Trump, and I can see why. I understand the justification, but do you like the possibility of this guy or gal? We're back after this here on Kayal and Company.
Maybe you're tired of that dated old kitchen. Or what about that bathroom, with the dark cabinets and that dark wallpaper from the 1990s? Ready for a refresh? You need to call my friends at Kitchen Magic. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekанze.com.
Don't walk around with t-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success, including enhanced mobile reporting, direct integration to delivery apps, 24/7 customer service, and so much more. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ can help. Visit PDQPOS.com.
The ride you want is what we've got. So drive a little and save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Come to Turnersville and get incredible zero-down lease deals on a massive inventory of new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks. That's right, save big with zero-down lease deals at Turnersville. The ride you want is what we've got. So drive a little and save a lot. TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier tri-state Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Wagoneer dealer.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement. Confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hi, I'm Ethan and I attend Insight PA Cyber Charter School. At Insight PA, the teachers care about my education and my future career goals. You can choose a career pathway in business, technology, and nursing, as well as extracurricular and pre-apprenticeship programs. As a sophomore in high school, I've been presented with opportunities to grow in every aspect, from robotics to marketing. I'm so glad I got to choose and attend Insight PA.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fela.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Well, it's one for the money, two for the show, three to get ready. Now go, cat, go, but don't you step on my blue suede shoe. Well, you can do anything but take over my blue suede shoe.
Tell me you can't see Stalker in a diner in the 50s or 60s right now, shaking and rattling and rolling. Jukebox fired up, put a little Elvis on as you wait for your milkshake and your burger. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A lot of stuff out in the world of legal news. By the way, if you're in the market for an attorney, David Gelman Law. Big shout out to him for sponsoring the bike ride in our Team 1210. As if you need anything from criminal defense to personal injury, GelmanLawFirm.com. 855-839-1210. So I find the Trump VP conversation to be very fascinating. And there's a new story out that says Democrats fear this possible Trump VP pick who could, quote, spell the end for Biden. That according to insiders. Now, if you were not around last week, living in a cave, I don't know what you were doing, but we did discuss the 8 names that appear to be, and it's not 100% confirmed, but it looks like, based on the request of documents and financial information from the Trump administration, that these 8 individuals are now the finalists for the position. And by the way, 5 of them not being a straight white cis male. You actually have 3 white men, Doug Burgum, J.D. Vance, and Tom Cotton. You have 1 Hispanic male, Marco Rubio, 3 black males, Tim Scott, Byron Donalds, Ben Carson, and 1 female, Elise Stefanik. So, according to insiders, it's Florida Senator Marco Rubio who is being vetted by Trump's campaign as his possible running mate and could be the guy that puts a dagger in the coffin, so to speak, for the Biden administration and their re-election efforts. According to this story from Fox, the race to determine who will be Donald Trump's running mate this November took a major step forward last week with the acceleration of vetting multiple potential candidates. But political insiders with deep knowledge of presidential campaigns say there is one possible name on this list that the Dems fear the most, and that is Marco Rubio, who's grown to be a staunch ally of the former president since running against him 8 years ago in the primaries. Quote, Rubio is a familiar face who has become one of the strongest voices in the Senate for the America First agenda. He is excellent on TV, and he can blast Biden effectively for his failed policies, one top GOP strategist told Fox News. Now, also, to go along with that, quote, here's another interesting quote. Trump is doing very well with Latino voters, which we know, but the addition of Rubio would only strengthen that, which could spell the end for Biden. Rubio would be a solid, safe pick with a lot of upside. GOP strategist Matt Wolking, who served as the deputy communications director for Trump's 2020 campaign, described Rubio as, quote, effective, and he's also a, quote, disciplined communicator who rarely makes mistakes. I would argue, and I think a lot of people objectively looking at it would say that Trump could use somebody who is very disciplined. And, oh, by the way, in the identity politics world in which we live in, and which I think the Republican Party is, quote, guilty of as well, he's also a non-white guy. Quote, he noted that Rubio was the only person under consideration who speaks another language, and that his ability to speak Spanish would help the Trump campaign reach Hispanic voters in many states where it could boost their competitiveness, including Nevada, which Trump was just in, New Mexico, Arizona, Virginia, which in the latest poll shows that Trump and Biden are tied at 48%, New York, and Florida. Quote, Trump would balance out his ticket by picking Rubio for VP, which cannot be said for some of the other options. These reasons are why Democrats fear the selection of Rubio the most, he said, citing a Vanity Fair article in May. Let me just, a couple of thoughts on this. And when you think about this, for me, there's 2 guys I'm automatically scratching off right off the top that just don't move the needle for me. That would be Ben Carson and Doug Burgum. So I just automatically, in my world of going through this list and trying to whittle it down from 8 to 4 to 2 to 1, I'm taking those 2 right out. That leaves me J.D. Vance, who I like a lot. Tom Cotton, I also think, is a guy that really fits the description of Rubio. Disciplined, good on TV, well-spoken. But you know what? I'm going to scratch him off as well. So Cotton would be out. That leaves me Vance, and then Rubio, Scott and Donalds, and Stefanik. I like Elise Stefanik a lot. I like what she did eviscerating those professors and presidents at Penn and Harvard and MIT. But I don't think she is really in the mix as a finalist. I think this is going to come down to either J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, or Tim Scott. Now, personally, I like Byron Donalds a little bit more than Tim Scott. I think Byron Donalds screams star for years to come. But if we're looking at Rubio versus Scott versus Vance, I like Vance as well. But when I look at Rubio versus Scott, I actually think I would disagree with the nail in the coffin. I think Tim Scott or Byron Donalds, if everything that we have seen in the media for a month now, when it comes to mainstream media, and also the administration as well. What have Joe and Kamala done a lot lately? they have pandered to the black community. They know they are struggling. And struggling is a subjective term because they're probably still going to get like 80% of the black vote. But historically speaking, they're not where they have traditionally been as Democrats. I actually think Byron Donalds or Tim Scott would rattle their cages more and would also rattle the mainstream media's cages more than Marco Rubio. That's just my personal opinion. Because I think you're already doing so well with Hispanics. But if you think Rubio really puts you over the top, where you win a majority of Hispanic vote, and I'm not talking 40%, like I'm talking like 50+%, then I think you go Rubio.
Two things.
Yeah.
I think that, and I have a piece of audio coming up of Byron Donalds on with Al Sharpton, where they just go back and forth about this Jim Crow thing.
Oh my God!
It is it is nauseating. So to your point about him triggering the mainstream media, I agree with that 100%. The other thing is that I don't think the Trump campaign is going to take a chance with a vice president from Florida.
Okay.
Because yes,
it'll be close.
Yeah, because they could get around it, and you know, but do you think that if they put two people on the ticket from Florida and one changes their changes their location, the residency, kind of like Dick Cheney did in
Bush Cheney
in 2000. Do you think the Democrats, knowing everything they're going to do, aren't going to challenge that? Of course they are. So why would the Republicans need to give them any more ammunition?
So then by your Florida logic, then you're not only canceling out Rubio, you're canceling out Donalds. Because they're both Florida residents.
Yes. Okay. And DeSantis.
Well, yeah.
All of those people. I think it's going to be Tim Scott.
Unless the Trump administration. Now, I mentioned just a moment ago that in the latest polls, Trump is tied with Biden in Virginia. Not sure I believe that. But also, speaking of polls, and not sure I believe it, but if they do believe it, this would actually counter your Florida theory of avoiding these people from Florida. The latest same poll from Fox, Trump's only leading Biden by 4 points in Florida, if you believe that. 50-46. So if the Trump campaign sits there and says, all right, maybe, and I find it really hard to believe because Florida's just super ruby red. I don't know if it's a pro-DeSantis, anti-Trump thing. I can't imagine it's that. It's just one poll. But if they think Florida is anything but a guarantee, which I can't imagine that being the case, then doesn't that kind of go against what you say? Because, hey, if Republicans lose Florida, they're cooked, right?
At the end of the day, if I go through, I would agree with Greg that more and more, I think it will be Tim Scott, the South Carolina, the African. Look at the Inquirer article that I mentioned just this morning.
Yep. Talking
about, especially in particular, African American men. What is Tim Scott's longtime slogan, "From Cotton to Congress," which is that is his story. And he has such an inspirational story. But as well, there's something else that even Oprah back in the day and some of the popular talk radio African-American stations said here in Philadelphia and around the country, which it's a little bit of saying, hey, in 4 years, you're teeing up an African-American man who is the first individual who is the ancestor of American slavery, who it will become president or could become president.
Kind of ends the whole victimhood thing that the left always wants to sell.
And it's saying something else too, that hey, the Republicans are, I don't think they mean it as a dig against Obama, because that really is his story, Senator Scott's story, and he's long held that's a story that he's grown up with, that he has talked about for many decades. But I think that plays into what we're talking about. Why is it that in particular young males, black and white, and all different ethnicities, would be interested in a story by Tim Scott? So when we look at Hillbilly Elegy, right, that's the book by J.D. Vance, and the movie, he has a similar story. It really, their story in that regard is somebody who has, single parent, has a tough background and a tough story, and pulling themselves up and that sort of thing. So both of those individuals, I think it comes down to them, and not so much for women. I agree that it would be them. Although Marco Rubio, the Gemini, they're both Geminis, that Gemini energy. I think they've long gotten along. And I've also said as well, I think that's powerful with the Hispanic vote to have somebody the first time and he's speaking Spanish. I know he's Cuban American, but still to have somebody who can go on, Telemundo and fluently speak Spanish and speak directly to Spanish, American voters and speak about these different issues. I think that is powerful as well.
Walking out of that, Rubio's experience as leader of the Senate Intelligence Committee would be valuable for Trump to rein in rogue agencies. That would be the ultimate irony, right? Joe Biden for 3.5 years opens the southern border. Trump selects Marco Rubio. Rubio appeals to those people over the last X amount of years that are now able to vote and ultimately wins because of that. Would be quite fascinating. 855-839-1210, the number. Cut Sheet is coming up next here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You got to feel good, especially this time of year. You're making plans, you're getting outdoors, but maybe you're not able to enjoy the summer as much as you want because of that joint pain. This is the best time of year to be out, like I say, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are aching on a daily basis, especially when you wake up in the morning. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here. Thanks to my friends at QC Kinetics. Call today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and I am talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and, yes, repair that damaged joint tissue. Repair it so you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, pain-free. QC Kinetics, under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkupp, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, and they have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Stop putting it off. Take action now. Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Would you just call QC Kinetics? Get your free consultation on the calendar. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here at Total Wine & More, our amazing selection means you'll always
love what you find.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Just getting a sneak peek at my Father's Day gifts.
Well, I was thinking of getting you this Barrel Select bourbon.
That's a really nice bottle.
And Total Wine has it at the totally lowest price.
Wow, you always were my favorite.
Thanks, Dad.
Talking to the bourbon, sweetie.
Find what you love what you find. Like the perfect gift for Dad at the perfect price. Only at Total Wine & More.
And drink responsibly. B21.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care, delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Get slimmer for this summer without any shots. NJ Diet is nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. You will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully monitored the entire time, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Princeton, and Newark, Delaware. Or NJ Diet is available from home with live online video consultations. Lose the weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. Or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer for the summer and without any shots. That's njdiet.com to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Go to njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I can't stop loving you. Well, I made up my mind to live in memory of such a long, lonely time.
Elvis Week here on Kayal and Company.
In case you're wondering, this is from Aloha from Hawaii. So this is the fat Elvis. This is when he poured his drug infested body into a jumpsuit.
Is this when he was constipated and couldn't poop because he was on so many pills?
It's not nice.
It's not nice, yeah.
The Elvis,
big fat Elvis.
The Elvis playlist, courtesy of the law offices of Linda A. Kearns, LLC, and her $1,000 donation for the BendToShore.org bike ride.
Sweating profusely. A lay around his neck. Ugh. He sucks.
Tweet your Elvis gifts and memes at Greg Stalker. That's at Greg Stalker on X. 855-839-1210. We got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning as we continue, but right now it is time for what we do every day at this time or thereabouts at 7:47. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, starting with Cut 19, Phil. Dawn made reference to this earlier. Nick, I think you did as well. Trump yesterday in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I hear the temperature was, what, like 130,
Yes.
300 degrees or something? Like,
It's always hot as heck.
God.
Though.
Can we, like...
It's a dry heat, though.
That's what Trump said.
They should do these rallies inside.
I can handle the dry heat. The humidity when it's 95 and humid, as you know what, that's where I start to tap out.
That's what Trump was saying
It is.
at the rally.
The humidity's tough, man.
I love it.
Sorry, I'm just reading.
What?
I'm just reading comments on YouTube. I just hate that people.
There's some, by the way, there's some Elvis news. I'll put it in the big three.
Okay.
I'm going to send you guys ahead of time.
Oh, God.
Can I also
I just don't understand why people, if people don't like the show or like the station, like, why are you commenting and why are you listening? Go away.
Well, what are they saying now?
No, just don't worry about it. It's just trolls.
I don't look at the YouTube chat. I legitimately do not pull it up.
I'm tired of listening to people who don't know as much as I do. Well, then try your hand being a talk radio host, since you're such a scary good talent.
Yeah, if you can fill 20 hours a week better than what we're doing here.
Everybody thinks they can do this. Everybody thinks they can do this.
Alec Baldwin thought that too.
Let alone being top 10 in a major freaking market on an AM dial when nobody else is on AM. Tell me how easy that is. Tell me. Thank you. All right, Trump.
Hey, let me say just as well.
Yeah.
With the cut sheet. Not that I'm like sucking up, because I'm really not. But like navigating the cut sheet is incredibly difficult. Like on Friday, and I'm not even playing the clips, which you do. I had Anthony's cut sheet and I had Henry's cut sheet, and I'm going back and forth, and I'm trying to. All right, let's play clip 4.
Why
Why
were there 2 different cut sheets?
They just had just different clips on each one. They both put one together, and we were kind of like mixing and matching. And then I'm thinking back to like the last segment where I'm like, okay, we just talked about that, so we should probably play this here. It's not easy to do.
Dawn, I can't go away.
You can't.
Clearly.
I mean, I thought it came off.
It's not the same without you.
I thought it came off relatively smooth. I mean, I can give myself a Barry Horowitz, but it's not an easy thing to navigate.
All right. People don't care about how easy or hard the cut sheet is. People want to hear the cuts.
That's right. Except for the guy that thinks he can do it better than us.
Yeah.
Then do it.
Yeah. You can always apply, man. In case you don't know, there's always changes in radio. So maybe you could take my gig. Come get it, Skippy.
Yeah, that didn't happen. All right, cut 19 here. You were talking about not charging taxes on tips, right? This was
the big headline.
This was one of the big talking points, or one of the big headlines from Trump in Las Vegas, Nevada. Cut 19, Philip, go.
So this is the first time I've said this, and for those hotel workers and people that get tips, you're going to be very happy, because when I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips. We're not going to do it, and we're going to do that right away, first thing in office, because it's been a point of contention for years and years and years, and you do a great job of service, you take care of people, and I think it's going to be something that really is deserved. More importantly, popular or unpopular. I do some unpopular things, too, if it's right for the country. I do what's right. But so those people that have jobs in restaurants, whatever the job may be, a tipping job, we're not going after for taxes anymore. This will be ended.
Amen to that. The whole concept of doing what's right as opposed to what's popular versus unpopular, or saying what's popular versus unpopular. I've never worked in the tipping industry, so to speak. I mean, I was a busboy at Perkins, but we didn't get tips. The waitresses and the hostesses did. But for those who've worked in the industry that basically survive off of tips and makes or breaks their life, I think that resonates with millions of Americans, especially in this day and age of people with side hustles and second gigs, driving Uber or Lyft, or doing DoorDash 4 hours a night because the Biden economy is so brutal. I think that wins over a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was a waitress, a server through college, how I put myself through journalism school. And the thought of, first of all, combining the tips, I hate that. And I also think to be taxed on it, you're going to get taxed on a basic amount, I think, the way they do it.
Yeah, your little base minimum wage salary, whatever they do before tips.
Well,
would be
and then
taxed still.
they usually take, so I don't know how this all would work, because what would it mean for city or state taxes? But they usually take your gross receipts and charge you at least like 6% or not some percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how this would work exactly, but I think this goes over well for anybody who is a tipped worker, because you have to claim those credit card receipts. That's why you should always tip in cash, so they don't have to.
By the way, Old Man Dudley points out Trump can't change tip tax laws. Congress is required for change.
Right, but he can push for
it. Yeah, but
he
they'll never do it.
He can push. Look, he can apply the pressure in a way that Trump is proven to. I mean, remember the all the different automotive. Who was it that was going to go to Mexico? I mean, he will. He is persistent, and he is dogged. When he makes a promise like that, you don't think he's going to push them and pressure them? Yeah, he will.
You mentioned something about sharing tips, so let me make sure I understand this.
Pooling.
Pooling.
Yeah.
So let's say you kicked butt and were working your you-know-what off at Table 7, and Table 7 left you like a 40% tip on a $200 tab.
Yes.
That wasn't all yours? You had to share that and throw that into the pot, so to speak?
No, I never did. But some places do.
Okay, yeah, I would never. If I was in the serving industry and that was a policy, I'd be out.
I wouldn't work there.
So some other guy that was being lazy and got a 12% tip is going to get a little bit of my change? No.
Some places do that, but I would say don't do that.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
By the way, yeah, it is. I mean, that's basically socialism. Yes. Like
exactly.
putting it all together and saying, like, here, everybody's equal.
Yes.
No, no, I'm the one who kicked butt and took names, and you sat there and were like, need, you know what, a refill? Or anything else?
Oh, that's right. I'll get your extra cup of ranch. Sorry.
God, some of these waiters that I have encountered over my life, I'm just like, and I'm like, look, I will tip. I over tip people, even if it's bad service. They're getting 20%. But I am, the level of service I've seen over the years is just like, they must let anybody do this.
I've seen the new phenomenon. I'm not sure if you guys have picked up on this as well with the insert your card into the thing. And now they say, as they hand you the pin pad, they say, hey, you just answer this one question before you put your card in. And the question is, what percentage tip you want to put. But they're real coy about the way they do it. They're like, it's almost like they're afraid to say, hey, here's the tip percentage first. They're definitely got the little corporate phrasing and the terminology. I noticed this at my coffee spot. Can you just answer this question before you insert or swipe? And it's like, 10, 15, 20, other. Like, okay.
The Pug Mama says Trump can get rid of tip tax in an executive tax package.
Yeah, he won't do that.
I like the idea.
No. I'm not saying. I'm not saying
his big.
I'm not saying his
executive package.
Look,
baby.
we should keep track of all of these things that are promised, not just by him, but by Biden, because he'd say a bunch of stuff on the campaign trail. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to do it. All politicians do it. Where Trump is at his best, in my opinion, this is cut 18, Phil. This is along the lines of talk radio, where something is going wrong, and rather than ignore it or try and work around it, you acknowledge it. You know what I mean? Like Howard Stern used to do that all the time. When something wasn't working, he would yell at people and say, why isn't this working? Why? We do it a little bit on this show. Well, apparently Trump was having technical problems with his teleprompter, and this is where he's at his best. Extemporaneously, he can sit here and just riff on things.
Yep.
This is tremendous. This is cut 18. Phil, go.
And by the way, just in case you're wondering, I got no teleprompters, and I haven't from the beginning. These people. That probably means we'll make a better speech. No, I got no teleprompter. I pay all this money to teleprompter people, and I'd say 20% of the time they don't work. They don't work. The thing's waving around. They can't tie it a little bit tighter. So I'm trying to look at. So we're all in this together, everybody. We're all in this together. Just a mess.
Amazing.
It's a mess.
I had one in Ohio where we had 45-mile-an-hour winds. You were there. This is a front row Joe. He's at everyone. This guy, wouldn't it be incredible? He's gone to 250 if he voted for Biden. He's going to vote for Biden. I don't think so. I think it would be suicide before Biden, right? And then we have the wall. We call him the human wall. He's been here so much. And these are great Americans, They're great Americans. But we had one in Ohio where that teleprompter was like the sail on a sailing boat. We had 50-mile-an-hour winds, almost 50. And Bernie Marino, I had to go up and do it for Bernie. And before I started my speech, as I was walking off, as I'm coming down the runway, walking off the runway onto the stage, the teleprompters got blown to pieces. We had 60,000 people, and I was standing up there all by myself. And I said, we got a problem. I got no teleprompter, I got no notes, and we had one of the greatest days, don't you think? You think Biden could do that? I don't think so.
Nope.
He's 100% right. I mean, this is where he's at his best.
This is now three situations where he's had issues. When he was in the Bronx, the television feed for WNYW, which is what Newsmax and Fox were carrying, had transmission issues. Then he was just in Minnesota 2 weeks ago, and the podium was ready to fall over. Somebody couldn't assemble the podium properly, and now they got teleprompter issues.
It's amazing.
Welcome to Talk Radio.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Where everything just breaks all the time.
And you think about the contrast of what Biden would do in a situation like that.
He'd poop himself.
Stumbling his way through. And Trump just makes a bit out of it. He makes a joke out of it. And he's so good at that stuff.
Yep.
And
so
he clearly, and he, you know what it is, too? He genuinely enjoys the crowd. Is the little giggle, you know what I mean? he's having fun, and it shows.
Yeah.
There's a passion. There's, hey, I'm with you.
Well, it also
I'm one
show-
of you.
Yeah,
and
it
we're
also
having some fun.
And it shows his cognitive ability to hear somebody in the front row amongst thousands of people say something, and then he'll totally stop his speech or stop reading off a prompter or stop ad-libbing to address that individual. Whereas if you do that to Joe Biden,
anyway,
he's just going to be totally derailed. It's like the train goes off the tracks.
And by the way, we started full circle at 7:45, where I was chastising people for saying that they could do this job better. That is this job. If you can handle situations like that, that is this job. Not a lot of people can do that.
Right.
What he just did there, not a lot of people can do it.
No.
Even if you could speak well on the radio, and even if you could use in front of 50, 60,000 people. That's really hard to do.
I mean, there's a lot of people, and Dawn, you can speak to this better than anybody. I have to imagine there are a lot of people that are in television that might say, man, I'd like to take a swing at talk radio. And then they realize going from a 30-minute televised broadcast or 60 minutes where you're on prompter for a majority of it and coming to the raw, organic, totally blank slate of talk radio. It's a completely different universe. Was that a difficult adjustment for you, going from TV to radio initially?
The first time when I filled in was that summer before, and I had butterflies. I mean, here I was, an experienced, broadcaster and anchor and stuff like that. It's a totally different. It's a completely different situation. So I was nervous.
Yeah,
I was even just doing the news, and then. Greg and Rich and everybody. Anthony was there back then, I think.
Yeah,
maybe an intern.
Yeah.
And we're so proud of Ant.
Yeah.
Starting with Fox this week. It's so exciting.
He's dead to me.
Oh, stop.
Yesterday was about Friday. Yeah, Friday was all about, congrats. Now he's dead to me.
But no, I was nervous, and I think that's just it. Whenever maybe you're in a transition or you're reinventing yourself or your career, that sort of thing, I think you have to come in as just being humble.
Yeah.
Right? But that's why a lot of TV people, especially, they think, radio, I can do radio. And then, or you look at Alec Baldwin, major movie star back in the day, tried it and was horrific. It's a totally different skill set.
Well, hey, Stalker, you gave a speech to Hofstra on Friday, but if I was ever giving one to a school for people that are trying to get into broadcasting, specifically talk radio, I mean, look, we have a show sheet here. I've got some stories printed out, and I've got a legal pad with a couple of notes. But I mean, I would argue this is probably 75-80% ad-libbing and just doing your homework, and like 20% on script. If you've ever listened to some talk shows, you can tell the ones that are on script all the time and that when they get off script, it's awkward.
I got to tell you guys, listening to on the ride home from New York, in the billion hours, I was listening to a lot of talk radio just to hear what, other cities do here. Boy, those national shows are rough.
Painful?
Rough.
Yeah.
I know you're a big Clay Travis fan, but good God.
Yeah, that show that he does is...
That show is an abysmal...
That's wonky.
It's two guys who sound the same.
I know. It is.
I don't know which one's talking, which one's not talking. Yeah. It all sounds scripted.
Yeah.
It just...
I think it's the format there. Not the format, but it's the time slot that they replaced that they probably don't want to deviate too much from, because when you inherit that audience,
And by the way, Dawn...
You think our YouTube comments are...
By the way, Dawn, you can stay silent on that.
Yeah.
You can stay silent on this, but when's Larry going to get the hosting job of that radio show?
Stop.
I'm just telling you. It's just like, my God.
Stop.
He's
That's
the only,
not nice.
He's the only one with anything interesting to say. Anyway, we move on.
He loves the people he works with.
Yeah.
He's
Loves his
happy.
role.
He's happy in his current spot.
That's right.
And by the way, Sid Rosenberg, you don't need to cram 15 guests into 1 hour.
Rudy Giuliani's going to be joining us coming up in the 15 block.
Jesus mighty. Anyway.
Michael Bloomberg will be with us in the second hour.
And I would like to say something to Dawn, since we're all patting each other on the back. There was one person that did realize your talents as soon as you did this, and as soon as that person got any form of power on this radio station.
Thank you, Greg.
He gave you 6 hours.
I bring it.
Thank you, Mr. Stalker.
He gave you 6 hours.
I said
That's all
you
I'm
made
just
it
kidding.
easy.
Just saying.
6 hours.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I don't want 6. I'm just telling you right now. I'm good with 4.
They put me on, as my husband always says, good. Maybe she'll be worn out. She'll stop talking.
She's a pistol.
In case you're wondering, the NBA Finals are happening right now. Boy, I mean, Boston just running away with this. I mean, I know it's only 2 games.
The only thing I care about that series is the fact that I'm watching it from a Sixer standpoint, saying, God, we're never going to be at that point.
Well, this is the most this is the most interesting thing that has come out of this, in my opinion. This is Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla.
Yep.
He was asked about the significance of 2 black coaches in the NBA Finals. His response is amazing. Okay. This is cut 17, Phil. Go.
Hey, Joe. Vince Goodwill, Yahoo Sports. For the first time since 1975, this is the NBA Finals where you have 2 black head coaches. Given the plight sometimes of black head coaches in the NBA, do you think this is a significant moment? Do you take pride in this? How do you view this, or do you not see it at all?
I wonder how many of those have been Christian coaches.
Awkward silence. Look, he's looking around. Anybody else?
Aldridge?
David Aldridge. Let's go to the next reporter who's got a woke left-wing question to ask about gender politics and identity politics and everything. I like that guy. I love the fact that he put it back on him, on that reporter. You know, it's always amazing when the media is obsessed over something more than the people they're paid to cover are obsessed with it, right? Like, it's the first time in 49 years that you've had 2 black head coaches, and that's what everybody's writing about with Yahoo and the USA Today and all these other publications that nobody reads anymore. And he just spins it back with his faith and religion. I love that, because it just totally puts them. I guarantee you that reporter had no idea that that was coming his way, and he's just sitting there stunned. I love it.
It's amazing.
I love it.
It's an amazing, amazing piece of audio. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and the subscribe button, if you will. Also, there's a little notification thing. There's a little bell there. Hit that notification, and it will, thank you, and it will notify you. Listen to that. It will notify you every time we go live. We're live. Dawn's live. Dom's live. Rich is live when
he wants to be.
When he wants to be.
5
This
o'clock.
show is live.
Well, no, I mean live on YouTube. So, you can make sure you're hitting that notification button and the subscribe button, because, like, I saw something that, like, 65% of people or something like that were not subscribed who were watching. It's like,
That's
what
unacceptable.
Are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
I think people think that if
It's
you
free.
subscribe,
It's
that they're I don't know, that they're tracking
Nobody's
you,
tracking
or that
you.
you have to
Spam.
pay.
Yeah,
but you
nobody's
don't.
tracking you. All right.
It's free.
John Fetterman was on Real Time with Bill Maher on Friday. This is cut 4, Phil. And 2 guys that they're both liberals, but they both like to call out their own a lot. And he said, John Fetterman says, the progressive label left me after October 7th. Cut 4, Phil, go.
How do you explain that, if you can, that the people who consider themselves the most liberal have abandoned Israel, which was always a liberal darling, for the people who, a terrorist organization, the people who outwardly say they want a genocide, who outwardly are the one side of this who's against the 2-state solution? Somehow they wound up with them. Why do you think that is? And will this split the Democratic Party?
Well, it does, because there's an appeal there, and I think you talk about that. Like last week, you really hit with the gender apartheid.
Yes.
And talking about a lot of these issues, and some of the most progressive and left parts of the Democratic Party are standing, for the kind of side that have kinds of organizations like Hamas or these kind of nations that there are no rights for women, and they certainly don't embrace the LGBTQ kinds of lifestyle. And even in Philadelphia, the Queers for Palestine blocked the Pride parade in Philadelphia, and I never saw that on the bingo card, but it's really
wow. There you go.
How great is that? Yeah, but here, I'll throw some cold water on what Fetterman's saying. He's sitting there talking about the divide with the Democrats. As Dawn always says, they always seem to get it together in the end when it matters most. So they might be divided in May or June or later this summer in August. But you can take it to the bank come October, come November. They will unite and they will rally behind the fact of we just have to beat Trump despite we have, our differences. I was having a conversation with my crazy left-wing, right-wing uncle on Sunday night last night, and we were texting back and forth. And he voted Trump in 2016, voted Biden in 2020. He said he's going back and voting Trump this year, by and large, because he feels like the Democrat Party in general has left him.
He's not an RFK guy?
He is an RFK guy, although he thinks if he votes RFK, it's just a waste.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Moving on to cut 5 here, Phil. This is 2 of Nick Cale's favorite people, Joy Reid and Jamel Hill.
God almighty.
They say that America is racist for the Caitlyn Clark popularity. So, the only reason...
Yeah, because
America cares about Caitlyn Clark is because she's white, according to 2 race hustlers, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Cut 5, Phil, go.
Somebody very smart said to me recently that the challenge with women's basketball is that most of the stars are black, but most of the great players are black, but most of the stars are white, whether it's who's getting awarded by the ESPN, whether who's getting noticed by the magazines. And like you said, if there were charter flights, Brittany Griner would not have ended up in a gulag, right? These ladies are flying commercial, and they're not treated as like the men are. How much of this do you think, though, is the marketing potential of a Caitlyn Clark? Because, quite frankly, this is a league that is largely, as you said, largely black women. It's also largely LGBTQ. She's a white, heterosexual woman. And so if you're trying to get white dads to go spend their money and buy season tickets, she seems like a marketing opportunity. How much of it is that?
I don't know why people find that to be controversial to think about that. I mean, we know that marketing is about ability, talent, all those things. And nobody's saying that Caitlyn Clark doesn't have those things. It's like she's incredibly talented. She's broken record. She's playing a playing style that people love, that is very representative of what we see today, particularly on the men's side. But yes, it helps that she's white, straight in from Iowa, in a league that has faced marketing challenges throughout the history over the last 3 decades that it's been in existence. It's faced marketing challenges because of the things that you mentioned, because 70% of the players are black women, because 1/3 of them identify as LGBTQ+. Yes, it has faced challenges. And by the way, the NBA went through the same thing. Before Magic and Bird arrived and took the NBA Finals off tape delay, the NBA was in a very vulnerable spot. It was a black-led league. There were drug problems. There were a lot of issues. And then you fast forward to the 90s and the 2000s where there was the merge with hip-hop, right? That's how you got the dress code, because you had the same issue. You had a predominantly black league that had white fans, or more importantly, white people who wanted to invest in that league. So they had to, quote, clean it up by making the players look a certain way so they could market and appeal to everyone. So when you say that Caitlyn Clark's whiteness and the fact that she's straight plays a role, underlined a role in her popularity, that's not a diss to Caitlyn Clark. It's just simply America.
If you thought that was a mind-numbing clip, you got to read the Tennessee op-ed where the writer for the Tennessean likens Caitlyn Clark's popularity to Elvis Presley because of their whiteness. It will legitimately make your head just split into 4 pieces. I don't understand why this is like. Think about what we've talked about in the last month with the Harrison Butker situation and now Caitlyn Clark. I mean, Caitlyn Clark, who, by the way, took the high road yet again in a press conference and said nothing but nice things as she continually gets attacked for her identity. Just can't we appreciate greatness? And oh, by the way, the reason why the WNBA flies commercial and not charter is they don't turn a profit. In fact,
no, they do fly charter now, thanks to her.
Okay, well, thanks to Caitlyn Clark. But I would argue before this change, I mean, you're not generating any money. You should probably pay for your own flight. Be glad that you're flying commercial.
Well,
you don't make any money.
Here's the thing.
You were subsidized by the NBA for 3 decades.
Here's the thing. I would have watched the Olympics if Caitlyn Clark
was
in it. Now that she's not, that they snubbed her.
Yeah.
Good luck with that, with your viewership and low ratings.
Phil's gonna hate this because he's a UConn hunk. But Diana Taurasi is on the Olympic team. She's 42 years old, and if Diana Taurasi walked down a street in Hartford, Connecticut, I'm not sure anybody would recognize her anymore. But they turned away Caitlyn Clark. She's a box office sensation. I think she just drew 20,000 people at a game, sold out an arena.
It's because she's white, Nick.
Where the average attendance is 6,000.
It's because she's white, Nick.
It is not.
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
I mean, the only thing that draws lower than a WNBA game without Caitlyn Clark on the floor is a Biden rally.
Can we just do? I've said this before. I really want this. I have no problem with Joy Reid getting on a talk show and saying all these things. If they're her opinions, bringing on guests that say these opinions, great. But can we take the moniker of NBC News away from that news network or that network?
Yeah.
Because it's not news. It's just opinions. And God bless her. If she can draw an audience with opinions like that, more power to her.
Yeah, I'm not saying she should be canceled at all.
But take the NBC News moniker away from that station because it's not news. It's just crap.
Yep.
It's all crap.
Well, how about the fact that Caitlyn Clark, when she texted her coach, "Hey, coach, they woke a monster," which I thought was awesome.
Yeah.
So she's responding to saying, all of us, the public, will be outraged. The fact, why would they snub her?
Yep.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, and I remember 32 years ago, the 1992 NBA Dream Team had multiple rookies on it, one of which was Christian Laettner from Duke, who what you could say was kind of like a Caitlyn Clark transformative figure, a white, straight guy that was dominating at a time where many great basketball players are African-American, and he made the Olympics team, and Caitlyn Clark does not.
And by the way, for the people who are just going to clip that last thing that I said, Fox News should also not have a news moniker on it because it's basically an opinion station, which I'm fine with, but it can't be.
See, I look at the daytime shows as more news driven.
Well, then you can say the same thing about MSNBC.
Nighttime, more
then
opinion.
you could say the same thing about MSNBC.
But there are points of MSNBC where so the same with any of these. I think just as you have on a print publication, old school print publication, or whether it's the digital version, it usually says op-ed or opinion.
Yeah.
Why not just put up a graphic at least that, even though it's obvious to us, just put op-ed up in the corner, or you know what I mean, and drop off the news banner. To your point, Greg, I think that's it. Sounds like a simple thing, but the problem is there are actually people who don't differentiate somebody from giving opinion to giving the news.
Yep.
I mentioned this earlier. Byron Donalds went on Politics Nation, speaking of MSNBC, with Al Sharpton to discuss. So he was in Philly last week, and he made a comment that was taken completely out of context, where he was talking about the families during the Jim Crow era.
Right.
And he basically said that, like, he cited a statistic or something that said the black families were more intact in that time frame. Well, the media took it as him saying that it was better under Jim Crow for African Americans. And of course, Al Sharpton, who never met a race issue that he wouldn't get all over, Tawana Brawley, etc., bought it hook, line, and sinker, and argued with Donalds about it. I'm going to start here with cut 13, Phil. We'll kind of go through the chronology of how this happened. This is cut 13, Phil. Go.
Congressman, welcome to the show. You just heard what Congressman Vesey had to say about your comments. You've also been criticized by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and the head of the DNC, Jamie Harrison, both of them black. One of them black from Brooklyn, like you were born in Brooklyn, I was born in Brooklyn. What's your response?
My response is that it's very interesting how people can just lie and mischaracterize what I said. The video's on my social media. Go to @ByronDonalds. You can listen to it in full. I never said or insinuated anything about Jim Crow being better. Just was talking about the marriage rates of black families in America during that time period. It's an empirical fact.
You mentioned Jim Crow. Wait a minute. I've
time.
watched your video. You mentioned Jim Crow 4 times. One time you referred to families. All families did less. They had higher divorce rates in the 60s and 70s as the nation opened up. This wasn't because of Jim Crow kept blacks together. Blacks couldn't vote. Those families couldn't go downtown. I mean, to in any way infer that the black families were better than Jim Crow. I mean, I've said things that I've later said I shouldn't have said it that way.
I've never said that.
Can't you own that even sanitizing Jim Crow, even if that wasn't your intention, was to say, that's my intention, I'm sorry for using those words?
Well, first of all, I never sanitized Jim Crow. I was just talking about the era in which black marriage rates were higher than they were during the Great Society and every other point in American history.
But why did you say Jim Crow?
Because that's the period of time, Reverend.
The period of time was the 50s, if you wanted to say the 50s.
That's when it happened.
You said Jim Crow.
That's when it happened. Because that was the era in which marriage rates were higher. Look, you had Joe Biden a couple of years ago talking about Jim Crow 2.0, talking about Georgia's law, and he lied. He lied then. So are we not allowed to talk about that era, or only are we allowed to talk about it when we do want to recall all the history of Jim Crow and all the tragedies that occurred during Jim Crow?
If we're going to talk about the era, Congressman, and you name a race-based law, then you cannot take race out of the fact Jim Crow was a law against black people. You weren't just talking about the era of Dwight Eisenhower and Harry Truman. You named Jim Crow.
Obviously, Al Sharpton trying to bait Byron Donalds. And Byron Donalds is a pretty sharp guy, so you know he was prepared for that. But I would encourage people to go to his Twitter feed and watch the full context of the video. That's the danger of social media in this day and age. And the Biden-Harris administration, and I think they even quoted us during our Trump interview that Dawn and I had, which was that, about a month ago now, 6 weeks ago, where they take 13 seconds of a 3-minute answer and then they post it and they clip it and they immediately take your content out of character of what you're actually talking about. And we live in this day and age of diminishing attention spans where somebody says, well, I saw 13 seconds of it, so I get the entire gist of it. That's not the reality of the situation. And unfortunately, some people are held accountable for that and then have to defend something that they shouldn't have to defend for saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
A little bit more on this. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
Look, you and I have mutual friends. People say you're a straight shooter. We may disagree on politics. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. But look, you were born in Brooklyn. You went down into the South, went to Florida State. You have an interracial marriage. You're the congressman of a district that's not a black district. I mean, how can you even live with yourself acting like Jim Crow was a good era or better era for blacks? What happened to you?
Okay, that's real cute. That's real cute. I did not say that. And I'm not going to sit here and have to insinuate that against me. Because right now you're lying about what I said. I did say Jim Crow. I did reference it 3 times. That's not to say that it was better. I never said that. Those words never came out of my mouth. When are you going to get that through your skull and everybody else's skull? I never said that.
Byron.
The difference between me and a lot of other Republicans, I'm not going to sit here.
You said it was better for us
I'm not going to let you
under Jim Crow to bring families together. Did you say that?
Hakeem Jeffries was lying. The Biden campaign was lying.
All right.
So look at my words.
Well,
so basically what Al Sharpton did was call Byron Donalds a sellout, because Byron Donalds, and I don't know where in Brooklyn he grew up. I don't even know that I've ever actually physically been in Brooklyn in my life. But Byron Donalds goes from Brooklyn to Tallahassee, Florida. He goes to the state of Florida. He's a Republican politician, and he married a white woman. So that triggers Al Sharpton. I feel bad for any black person who comes up in a poor upbringing and makes a great life for themselves through hard work and merit, and then has to sit through a lecture from that scumbag. I really do. Like, if I was Byron Donalds, he handled that way better than I would have.
Can I ask you just take this on face value?
Yeah.
Seriously. Do you really think Byron Donalds, a black man, would really say that things were better under Jim Crow?
No.
Do you really, honestly, an intelligent person, do you think he would say that?
No.
So what are they arguing about? Like,
they're just
Al
pandering.
Al Sharpton is basically saying, like, what he's saying is fact. No logical person, especially not a congressman, is going to sit there and say, "Oh yeah, things were better under Jim Crow. Nobody thinks that. Nobody.
I agree. And, this goes to many different venues of life, but this is obviously political with Byron Donalds being a Republican. But this happens to famous black athletes or entertainers that grew up in poverty, made the most out of their life, and then it's, you left behind your boys and your buddies.
You're 100%.
Like, it's not my responsibility to provide for you 35 years later.
Yep. All right, a little bit more from these two. I know this is painful, but this is also very good radio.
Well, and Byron Donalds has been attacked for this for over a week now.
I know.
I sent you guys the Amber Rose.
Yes.
That I think it's significant, this very debate that you're talking about, because she told TMZ, she used the word, and I thought this was powerful. She's endorsing Trump, but the fact that she said we're not brainwashed anymore. So the Reverend Al Sharptons of the world just trying to spout these lies and trying to turn a narrative, I think that it's old.
Yeah.
It's stale. And
You think Tim Scott or Ben Carson would trigger people like Al Sharpton and Jamel Hill if Trump does pull the trigger on Byron Donalds as his VP? All of these race hustlers are going to lose their minds because Ben Carson is an older gentleman. Tim Scott's very low energy. Byron Donalds is a young black man with a strong voice, and they do not want that to be where the case is Trump picks him. They will flip out.
The best thing that I can say about this is that at least it happened on Politics Nation on Saturday on MSNBC show, so nobody heard it. We have more people listening right now to this clip in Cinnaminson, New Jersey, than heard that nationwide on Politics Nation on MSNBC. All right, just a little bit more from these two. This is cut 15. Phil, keep going.
Then what did Jim Crow do to contribute to black families? Hello?
I'm not talking. Oh my gosh!
You said that you said under Jim Crow, black families. So explain to me what Jim Crow did to help black families.
The marriage rates during the Jim Crow era were higher for black families up until the point of the Great Society. I did not say that. I said they were, and this is the problem. Because you're trying to say that I said because of Jim Crow marriages were at a higher rate. I did not say that. I said during. I said during.
But why
I guess
did
we
you
can't refer
use
to
Jim
time
Crow?
periods
Jim
there,
Crow
Reverend.
was a
That don't make
race
no
law.
sense.
Well, first of all, under Great Society did programs like manpower training, model cities, train young people. HEW didn't do anything about families. It's health, education, welfare. So, I mean, what are you talking about? They were not the antithesis to marriage.
Antithesis.
Congressman, let's go to this. Donald Trump suggested twice.
What a dummy.
Antithesis.
What a antithesis.
Antithesis. I got my antithesis statement here at the University of Penn State.
Antithesis.
Let me see something here.
Byron Donalds should have said, okay, you know what, interview over. Byron Donalds should have never gone on that show to begin with, honestly.
But, we've been talking about these crossover platforms where left-wing media brings on a Republican and vice versa. So do we want this or should we not have it? Because I actually enjoy it, and I'm actually going to give now, personally, I might have hung up or disconnected the Zoom or whatever he was on.
Yeah.
But I give him credit for staying through. He was willing to keep battling because Al Sharpton really had nothing to stand on. He was just pandering, and the clip is on his Twitter feed.
But clearly, Al Sharpton, what Byron Donalds is clearly saying is that back in the day, even when 1965 they got rid of the Jim Crow, those local and state laws that were horrific and racist, right? But what the point that he's making is that Democrats have created a situation that is the welfare situation and really the oppressive situation that Democrats are creating has broken up the African American family. That's the crux of what Congressman Donalds was saying, and Sharpton doesn't want any part of that. That's obviously what the two are saying, and I give him such credit to go on here and say no, that's not what I was saying. He's respectful to the Reverend, right? But he's saying I am the new generation. But he's saying
He's
I am
not as
the
much
new,
of a reverend as I am.
But he's saying I am the new generation. Respect me, hear me roar, and you have to respect him.
I just checked his Wikipedia page. He will be 70 in a couple of months.
Who?
Al Sharpton. Would you say he's still a relevant figure or voice?
No.
So then why does he have a platform on MSNBC? Like if I'm If I'm MSNBC, I'm like, can we do better than this?
He used to have a 5-day-a-week show, but it got such low ratings that they delegated him to the weekends.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, look, I understand what you're saying, Dawn. I just, nothing good comes, especially him. I mean, just especially him. He lost all credibility in the 80s with Tawana Brawley. Like, enough with him and everybody bowing at the feet of Al Sharpton. Like, what has he done?
Yeah.
What has he done for Black Americans? Like, nothing.
Yeah. But he's lined his pockets quite well.
Exactly. Yeah.
See that mansion he has?
Yes.
855-839-1210.
Allegedly not paying taxes. I mean, like, the guy's all over it.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like, he's not the best of humans.
No. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. Big 3 at 8 is on the way. And if you thought Byron Donalds handled the hatred well, wait until you hear Caitlyn Clark. The details when we continue here on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. We're talking bang for your buck. How about this? The Mazda CX-30. I'm talking about the 2024. This is the Nick Kayal Value Pick of the Year, and it's courtesy of Piazza Mazda in Westchester. I drove it just about 9 weeks ago, and the dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, so it creates a perfect fit for every lifestyle. And when it comes to performance, all-wheel iActive technology is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist LED keeps you safe at all times, which is why the 2024 CX-30 earned a 5-star overall safety rating. You can check out this great value car at Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online right now at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick sent you.
Dingers, blasts, moonshots, whatever you call them, everyone loves home runs. And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesdays, you can love them even more. That's right. Every Tuesday is Dinger Tuesday this season on America's #1 sports book. Just bet on a player to homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during that game. You want to bet on Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Dana Schwarbaum, whoever you want. $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during that game every Tuesday. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it now. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the best time of the year for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your body's own ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So, you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, play frisbee on the beach, pain-free. Under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics has enabled tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Call now. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Get a free consultation. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Why are you paying for an AC system that's struggling to keep you cool? If you hear something funny, smell something burny, your AC is frozen or leaking water, or even feel warm air coming from your AC, it's time to call CNC. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers, can make it a no-sweat summer for your entire household with one phone call. 0% financing options available. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit cc-hvac.com to request your estimate today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. Higher, higher, it's burning through to my soul. Girl, 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 you gonna set me on fire.
8:36, Caitlyn Company as we continue. Hopefully all of you having a great Monday. Another beautiful day in the Delaware Valley. Stalker said, could we bottle Saturday and Sunday? Well, we bottled it for at least Monday.
Yes.
Gonna be a good one. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, you can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Coming up top of the hour, everything usually goes full circle in the 9 o'clock hour from the Big Take. A couple of stories that we have to get to. Why is, and we talked about this development on Friday when Greg was out, as we found out some of the details of the Nashville school shooter, Audrey Hale. 3 of the 4 dozen pages of her manifesto, and we gave you some of the disturbing details of that on Friday. But now another story as to why Vanderbilt Hospital is silent on possible transgender treatment for the Covenant killer, Audrey Hale. Want to get to this story from the Tennessee Star coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. And then also we're going to have to get comments from Dawn Stensland on this story, because the headline reads, top cancer charity apologizes for using the word cervix instead of trans-friendly front hole.
Oh, front hole?
A trans-friendly front hole. So everybody that's driving around this morning, raise your hand if you have a trans-friendly front hole. Greg, do you have a trans-friendly front hole?
I hope not.
I don't either.
I don't think so.
But, you know, who knows what people have.
Trans-friendly front hole.
It's not a cervix anymore, Dawn. It's a trans-friendly front hole, as opposed to the back hole.
Oh, boy, no.
Right, like you get the front 9, the back 9,
back
the front hole, the back hole.
What about just friendly front hole?
Right. And who doesn't like a friendly front hole? I don't want a venomous front hole. I don't want like a grouchy front hole. I want a friendly front hole. But, you know, cancer doctors now have to apologize for using, proper vocabulary. We'll get to that madness coming up in a little bit. I think I'm actually just in the world of madness. That's what we do here, right? We just talk about the absurdities of the world. All right.
I would definitely, if you're listening right now and have to get into work, I would definitely either stream us on YouTube or keep listening on the Odyssey app, because I want to hear this story.
That's right. All right, let's get to some of the other news that is out there in this insane world in which we live. 8:38, time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal & Company.
Sponsored this morning, sponsored by Styles CFO Services. Number 1, as former President Donald J. Trump is set to be interviewed by New York probation officials this morning in preparation for his July sentencing following that criminal state election bookkeeping case that we've talked a whole lot about. Mr. Trump will sit for a virtual interview from his Mar-a-Lago estate in, of course, Palm Beach, Florida. And that's the word this morning. So Trump set to be interviewed by those New York City and New York State probation officials. Watching for that one. Number 2, an important recall to talk about. Dairy lovers, check your fridge for cream cheese sold at Aldi or pre-sliced. The Tillamook cheese sold at Costco, for example, recalled and pulled from shelves because it may contain some components that may make you sick. So you want to be sure to seriously. It's a cream cheese recall. Schreiber Foods, Aldi, Kroger. And ultimately, we're talking about 8 different cream cheese spreads.
Okay, does this include Philadelphia?
Dunkin', Dutch Farms, Happy Farms, Fairway, Essential. So I don't know that it's but this affects New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
Oh boy.
I don't see Delaware on the list, Maryland. So it's a nationwide recall.
Okay. By the way, the only cream cheese I buy is Philadelphia cream cheese. I don't buy the generic cream cheese. Not sure what it is, but I've always been a Philadelphia cream cheese brand guy.
And this one, it's Wisconsin-based dairy company Schreiber Foods.
Okay.
That's another one.
Wow.
So they may contain some plastic material, but these materials may make you sick.
All right, what do you want on your bagel? Butter, cream cheese, or plastic?
Plastic.
Give me a little plastic. Make sure you toast that extra dark. I like my bagel crisp.
Number 3, since we are sponsored, thank you, Linda, by Elvis songs all week this week. Elvis.
Yeah, how you doing over there, pal? 2.5 hours in, you
I'm
all
all
right?
right. Hey, look, it's all for a good cause. By the way, we're at $9,326. We need like a 600 and
change.
Yeah, 600 and some odd donation to get to 10,000.
Yeah.
All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, the families of fallen officers. Can you make a donation for 600 and some odd dollars so we can get to 10,000 right now?
Yes.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
$10,000. Just go to GregStockerSucks.com, GregStockerSucks.com, and donate to $600 some odd dollars right now so we can get to 10,000. 10,000, a nice even number.
Yeah.
Going into this beautiful Monday at 10,000 would make me happy.
There you go.
Please. The Malibu mansion where Elvis Presley filmed his famous 1968 musical, Live a Little, Love a Little, hit the market for the first time in 40 years. It's nearly 3,000 square feet, 4-bedroom, 4.5 bathroom estate, listed for $8 million. A beachfront abode. And this is Sotheby's International Realty, Malibu Brokerage. And it was featured in the 1960s classic film in which Presley starred alongside Rudy Valley, Michelle Carey, Don Porter, and others. So one of his famous musicals, that Malibu mansion, could be yours, Greg Stocker.
Why does a man who can't use the bathroom need 4 of them?
Stop. It's not nice. We are sponsored by Style CFO Services, offering a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Just visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Style CFO Services be yours. This is the Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much.
Let me just say this. If just donating to a good cause doesn't motivate you, how about this? It says it would be a $674 donation, a $674 donation right now. I will give you a week of a playlist for a week.
Wow.
It can be whatever you want to. They're torturing me this week for
You can't get
with
worse than
Elvis,
this, right? Is there anybody out there that would be worse than Elvis for you?
If there's anybody out there who wants to torture me,
Springsteen.
oh my God! Can you imagine a week of Springsteen
Let's
music?
do Bruce.
Oh God!
I think Summer. I think the Boss.
Just make a
Madonna.
Just make a $674 donation right now to GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, and you will get the playlist for a week. You can choose whatever you want to.
Does Madonna trigger you?
Yeah, I don't like her either.
Okay. Do you want to put together a list of the artists that trigger you the most? We'll just keep rattling off things for charity. Just create the list of everything you hate in the world.
Bruce would do it. Who else would do it? John Mellencamp.
Okay.
He's another one. About Jack and Diane. Sorry.
It's all for a great cause.
$674 donation right now gets you that.
All right. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Remember that vile individual who dared to say that he thinks a lot of women dream of one day being a homemaker and being a wife and a mother and raising their children and, preparing the meals and doing the dishes and the laundry and creating a beautiful family environment while her husband, professional kicker, goes to work and kicks footballs for over $1 million a year? Remember that guy, Harrison Butker from the Chiefs? The worst, he's the reincarnation of Hitler, right? Remember him? Well, he actually just saved one of his teammates' lives this past Thursday. This is an amazing story. So Kansas City Chiefs defensive lineman B.J. Thompson is now doing better after suffering a cardiac arrest event during a special teams meeting on Thursday. He's alert, he's awake, and recovering at a local hospital. But that moment when he went into cardiac arrest, witnessed by teammates and others, was frantic. But one player kept his wits about him to help save his teammate, and that would be kicker and controversial commencement speaker Harrison Butker. Quote, with BJ, when he had this seizure, Butker immediately ran towards the training room and grabbed the assistant athletic trainer, Julie Freimeyer, and assistant athletic trainer, David Glover, and he then grabbed me. Chiefs Vice President of Sports Medicine and former Eagles physician Rick Burkholder told reporters on Friday, quote, we went into the room. Eventually, Tiffany Morton and Evan Kraft came in as well. With this facility, we have a doctor's office down the hall, and Dr. Darsh from Kansas University Health System was there. He came up and assisted. As a team, we tried to realize and stabilize BJ and put him on the floor while he was seizing, and then he went into cardiac arrest. So our team of that group of people provided CPR for him. Butker said his team administered one automated external defibrillator, AED, shock, and Thompson came back to life. He was, quote, in cardiac arrest for less than a minute and a half, Burkholder said. Our players, our security staff, everybody involved, coaching staff, they were phenomenal in handling the crisis. And Harrison Butker, one of maybe the reasons why that this guy, B.J. Thompson, who I've never heard of, is alive today. So I wanted to pass that along for all the people that thought the dangerous commencement speech at Benedictine College in the first week of May from Harrison Butker was signs of this guy being such a abhorrent individual, and kicker saves a life. So very nice little charming story there.
I wonder if they have, because a lot of high school, both my son's high schools, they learned the AED, the first, all the emergency training, CPR. A lot of high schools now, which I think is,
smart,
something you can use. It's tremendous.
Yeah.
But to learn some of that life-saving information, to be trained.
Yep. Very interesting. So, seems to me like a pretty good guy, but, he's dreaming of women being homemakers, so he's, living. You know what? He's actually, his head's in the Jim Crow era as well, if you want to be serious about it, right? We get that to Al Sharpton. All right, so let me get to Caitlyn Clark. I mentioned this story, and we gave you a little bit of the audio in the cut sheet this morning around Caitlyn Clark and the hatred that she faces from, buffoons like Joy Reid and Jamel Hill that are just basically refurbished Al Sharptons in the modern day era of media. So a Tennessean op-ed picked up a story that was written a month ago in the Indianapolis Star. I'm guessing they are owned by the same company that probably has multiple newspapers. And just last month, the Tennessean published an opinion piece written by opinion columnist Andrea Williams that likened Clark's marketability to that of Elvis Presley in the 50s. The op-ed was revived this week when the Indianapolis Star published the piece on Thursday. And I want to give you just a couple of excerpts here, and then we're going to play you this clip of Caitlyn Clark, because I think she has handled all of this unwarranted vitriol with tremendous grace. You talk about some people that are just kind of locked in, and some people just can tune out all of the noise, whether it's warranted in their direction or, in this case, unwarranted. And they just stay focused on the task at hand. They never take the bait. I think there's just something in their DNA that makes them a complete stoic flatliner. And that's a term of endearment I'm using. It's not to criticize Caitlyn Clark. I mean, she's almost robotic, almost zombie-like, where nothing phases her. It's like the Scotty Scheffler story that we talked about a few weeks ago, but there's an update to that story. Apparently 3 cops violated protocol in arresting and the detaining of Scotty Scheffler, but nothing ever bothers that guy either. So here's a couple of excerpts here. She's talking about Phillips. This is, what's her name again? Andrea Williams. And she's talking about American record producer Sam Phillips and some quotes that he had years ago. And she quotes in her column, Sam Phillips would go on to record Elvis Presley, a white man who achieved dizzying commercial success by molding his singing and dancing styles to the black artists, both gospel and secular, who would shape the soundtrack of his youth, Williams wrote. But Elvis's adoption/appropriation of blackness is less critical to his stardom than his whiteness. If that wasn't the case, the black artists that Elvis emulated would have reached similar heights themselves. Instead, in America, a predominantly white society with a very long record of white supremacist ideologies, so you can just tell that this writer here for the Tennessean aspires to be Jamel Hill one day, whiteness becomes the primary standard by which all is measured, and in business, the primary market to which all products are targeted. I don't know, maybe she's been living under a rock somewhere, because every commercial I see where products are being endorsed on television, you don't see many white people in these commercials anymore these days. You see somebody that's either black or Asian or Hispanic or female. Like the days of television commercials with just, the beautiful white family. You don't see that on TV anymore, folks. Pay attention to the commercials if you watch TV. Trust me, I'm not wrong when I say that. Williams compared the situation to the Indiana Fever rookie and claimed that those who have similar conversations are deemed race baiters. She goes on to say, to be clear, there are others who have addressed the enduring marketability of whiteness. They've spoken to the media's prior refusal to push the WNBA with the same fervor that it's had this year. They've also mentioned that, in fact, before Asia Wilson's recently announced Nike deal, no black WNBA player has had a signature shoe with a major brand since Candace Parker in 2010-2011. She later added, so instead of learning from this moment and having real-time conversations about the intersection of race, gender, and sports in America, those of who know better end up screaming into an empty, useless void while everyone holds fast to their unfounded, ahistorical views. Charles Barkley said that this is a bunch of petty nonsense. He was quoted on the Outkick show with Dan Dockich. He says they are acting, and I think he's talking about people like Jamel Hill and Joy Reid, like Caitlyn Clark, quote, didn't earn it. The woman just scored the most points ever by a man or a woman in college basketball history. She's only getting this job because she's white? Is race a factor? Barkley goes on to say, yes, race is a factor, but her resume speaks for herself. They didn't prop her up just because she is white. And that's the point that I've been trying to make. She's not being propped up just because she's straight and she's white. She's the greatest of all time. I don't think it would matter in any walk of life if you were the greatest to ever live in your chosen profession. And we'll call college basketball a profession at that level, because that's really what it is. When you're that good, you're there for free on a scholarship, and you are locked to be a star in professional sports. It's basically professional sports with the amateur label slapped across it. You're going to break the bank. You're going to be on television. You're going to have commercials, endorsements, and ads, and it's nothing to do. The hatred towards her has everything to do with her race and her sexuality. But I don't think any of the stardom, the bottom line is I think Americans just love to see excellence personified. I want to play you this clip. This is Caitlyn Clark, K1, I believe. She was asked about everything that she's had to endure. And you think Byron Donalds is a class act? You can throw Caitlyn Clark in the conversation as well. Because if you think about it, Byron Donalds is being targeted because he's a black man who identifies as a conservative in a party that the left says is racist. Well, Caitlyn Clark is a straight white female in a sport dominated predominantly by African-American females who happen to be, and I don't know what the percentage is, either lesbian or bisexual. Take a listen to the way Caitlyn Clark, a rookie by the way, handles this response. K1.
Public apology of some sort after what happened?
No. I mean, basketball's competitive. I get it. Sometimes your emotions get the best of you. It happened to me multiple times throughout the course of my career. People are competitive. It is what it is. And she's having a tremendous season. She's played great basketball in my eyes, probably in first place for 6th player of the year. She's been great off the bench for them. I think she had, 25 here last night and really helped them win the game. So, and that's just not where my focus is. That's not what I think about on a day-to-day basis. I think about my team. I think about ways that I can get better. It's just basketball at the end of the day. There's no grudges. There's nothing like that. It's a sport. It's competitive. It's not going to be nice all the time. That's not what basketball is, and I think people that play that at the highest level understand that.
So she takes the high road there. And there's a thing that they do for professional athletes when you're a rookie. You go to like a media training seminar class with how to answer questions when the media is trying to bait you into something or get a story out of something or turn, something that's very, very petty into a major full-blown issue. And, it's usually about, staying in your lane, how to handle your finances, how to handle your money. And she just takes it in a totally appropriate direction where, she says all the right things and also lifts up the people that are attacking her, saying basketball is competitive. It is what it is. I thought that was a really good answer from her when, she could easily say something completely different, but she didn't. It's a good work out of her. 855-839-1210. Fourth and final hour is on the way, and we go full circle, as we always do, back to what we talked about at 6:15 this morning. It's Kale and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing client. Crash Proof Retirement provides all of their clients with a certificate of authenticity, further documenting that recording financial meetings brings fiduciary responsibility to the highest level.
I'm Jack Gunning from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I don't know whether anybody can offer you the security that Crash Proof Retirement does. I have this certificate that tells me they're a fiduciary. Everything is recorded and they have your best interest at heart. That certificate is 100% documentation that you know what they're saying is 100% correct. Other companies don't have this guarantee. This certificate means an awful lot for me, and it should mean an awful lot for you.
Certify your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, bless my soul, what's wrong with me? I'm itching like a man on a fuzzy tree. My friends say I'm acting wild as a bug. I'm in love. I'm all shook up. Ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah.
It's Kayal and Company. We're all shook up on a Monday. Woo! Not really. We're a program that very rarely gets rattled. Sometimes we shout. It's usually Stalker.
Holy crap! I'm all shook up.
Morning mystery movie clip coming up 9:20 this morning. What's on the cut sheet part 2. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Who on Twitter today? And what happened today in music history? And will Phil Almquist turn the knife a little bit deeper? Will he throw in a little Elvis tidbit if there's some historical significance to June 10th? You will find out in about 49 minutes. 855-839-1210. On Twitter at 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. If you missed the big take this morning, download the Odyssey app and hit up the rewind feature. Some really good stuff on Pride Month and the decline, according to the Pew Research Center, in the belief of whether or not you are actually a different gender than the one you are assigned at birth based on your sex. And also the American Pediatric Association coming out and vehemently trying to end all of these treatments, these surgeries, these hormones, puberty blockers. If you missed it, go back and get that on the free Odyssey app or just watch us again on YouTube. But on Friday's show, when Greg was out and Sean Farish from Tennessee was in, we gave you the story of the Tennessee Star, another newspaper in the Nashville area, that got some of the details of the Audrey Hale shooter manifesto, to which for many months now, if not over a year and a half. I mean, my God, that story happened in March of 2023, and we gave you 3 pages of the details, which was all that was released, but we found out that there were 4 dozen pages. So you got about 3 or 4 pages of the 48 that exist, and now there's a follow-up story to what Dawn, Sean, and I talked about on Friday's show. The University of Vanderbilt, which is pretty much like an Ivy League institution down in the South. Vanderbilt is right in the heart of downtown Nashville. Vanderbilt University Medical Center is silent on possible transgender treatment for the Nashville Covenant shooter Audrey Hale. And they are not answering multiple requests about whether or not she sought transgender drugs, surgeries, or other gender-affirming treatment following the revelation that she was a patient of VUMC for 22 years. So when I sit here and I talk about these things and I say I'm of the belief that I think a lot of this is mental health, I mean, first of all, I truly believe that. But secondly, in this case specifically, I mean, she was there for 2 decades seeking a variety of treatments, which we will give you the details on in just a moment. But VUMC, the Vanderbilt University Medical Center, has not replied to multiple requests for comment from the Tennessee Star following these revelations, which include confirmation that Hale was prescribed at least 4 different medications from VUMC, and she was treated by mental health professionals associated with the university and the hospital since April of 2001. I mean, I was still a junior in high school at that time. According to the affidavit submitted by Metro Nashville Police Department and their detectives department to obtain a search warrant for VUMC records, which was published by the Star on Friday, Hale was a 22-year patient of mental health professionals associated with the hospital. The affidavit explained that Hale's mother told detectives after the shooting, quote, Audrey Hale was receiving psychological treatment at Vanderbilt Hospital and has been for quite some time. MNPD then located medical records that the detective wrote established Audrey Hale has been receiving psychological treatment from the Vanderbilt Psychiatric Hospital since 2001. Medications prescribed to Hale were discovered by the Star after it obtained the results of a search warrant, which was served on VUMC just a year ago in June of 2023. Police learned that Hale was prescribed 4 medications from the hospital, including 2 anti-anxiety drugs, the common antidepressant Lexapro, if I'm saying that correctly, and a nasal spray designed to moisten the nasal passages. The hospital likewise has not responded when asked if they acted based on a request for transgender health care by Hale. So that's the update to this story, to which, you know, when you think about somebody being in psychiatric treatment for 22 years, like I've said consistently on this show, if Audrey Hale was an adult and she's over 18 years old and she wants to go through any of these treatments, by all means, go do it. But I would find it hard to believe that you couldn't just go and ask, and I'm just like thinking out loud here. So if you want the answer to whether or not she's had any of these transgender treatments, wouldn't you just go to the mom? Because the story that we have and all the facts that we have gathered on this story over the last 15 months is that she still lived at home with her parents, to which if I can't get the information through the hospital or any other facility, wouldn't you think as a detective or an investigator, you would go to the parents? Now, the mom has already given one quote specifically that I just read for you. So I would think she would know one way or the other. And even if your daughter does not live with you anymore, you probably know if one of your children, even though they are now, quote, a grown adult, went through any of these procedures or had any of these life-altering changes. From what we gather and what I just read here, I don't even know that she took any prescriptions for transgender hormone replacement therapy or whatever you want to call it. But all we know right now is that she was on a multitude of mental health prescriptions. And I think that's one of the biggest problems in this country today. Stocker, I know you've kind of echoed a similar sentiment of what do you do when people are having issues? I'll just dope them up, put them on drugs. And here you go again with somebody that was clearly dealing with levels of mental disturbances and disruptions well beyond what the common person goes through when they deal with, some form of anxiety or depression. I mean, millions and millions and millions of Americans have, some sort of mental health, issue that they are trying to treat. But the difference here is most people don't go forward with a mass execution of a school shooting where you were killing 6-year-olds, you're killing a teacher. I believe the one man was a janitor or a custodian.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is a story to this day where here we are 15 months later, and it seems like the proper authorities are still scraping and clawing for every detail possible. And you report news all the time. And how many times do you say we don't know a motive? We don't know the identity. We don't know the age. We don't know the race or the gender. It seems like this is a absolutely coordinated effort to suppress information to the American public. That's the read I have on this entire story from Jump Street.
Yeah, so many questions. So number one, why is it in this particular case, to your point, that they have not been transparent, that they want to suppress the information that's part of the public record? If we know that if somebody is in counseling, of course, we have HIPAA laws and all kinds of laws that protect the confidentiality of any doctor-patient relationship, whether that's your general practitioner or whether it's your psychiatrist. But the exception there is, did this individual have violent language, threatening language? And that's the question for Vanderbilt, for example, because it should and would impact the fact that, this individual was able to buy rifles and guns and handguns and so on. And so that becomes an issue that's a touchy issue, quite frankly, in America when you talk about mental health. And if you're under the care of a psychiatrist and you have expressed either self-harm, because let us not forget that the number one problem here is self-harm.
Suicide, yeah.
Right.
Sure.
And so, but did this individual express any violent rants? And reportedly, Audrey Hale did.
Yes. And isn't this... Now, I don't know the legal answer to this. I will defer to anybody in the audience that maybe knows the answer to this, that works in human resources or is in a legal profession. Do your HIPAA rights continue when you're deceased? Because here, this is not like Audrey Hale was captured and arrested and is serving the rest of her life in a mental facility or a prison. Audrey Hale was killed by those brave Nashville police officers that arrived 12 minutes after the shooting, after the emergency calls came in. So are her HIPAA rights still protected considering she's perished? Because if her being perished and the details of those 48 pages are a security threat and a security risk to people in society, don't people in society have a right to know? Because we were always told with this story that the details and the elaborate plans that she had lined out were so, I don't even know what the right word would be for it, so gruesome and gory that, if you are somebody in that school or at that church, because I believe it's a Catholic school, that your livelihood could be at risk here. So why are those other details not coming out? And yes, I know she can't harm anybody anymore because she's dead. But, if you look at some of these stories that I have in front of me, and this actually brings us to the next story. Think about all of the mass shootings that we have had recently in this country that are coming from people in the LGBTQ plus community. And I think this is a fascinating conversation to have, because if you remember in the 80s and 90s, there was this big stretch of, TV and movie violence and video game violence, and separating fact from fiction and reality from fantasy. The Call of Duty video game franchise is under fire now, and I'm sure people listening have either a kid or a grandchild that has played the Call of Duty gun warfare game for the Xbox and the PlayStation. Call of Duty released a Pride bundle that lets players download and purchase and simulate murder using trans flag adorned guns and bullets. So as you play this video game online now, you can mask your players up, the digital characters, with Pride labeled logos on guns and apparel and bullets. And if you think about the shootings that we have mentioned, let me just read this off for you. This is courtesy of The Blaze. In April, police arrested a trans-identifying high school student in Maryland who was allegedly plotting to shoot up classrooms full of elementary school children. In February, a gender-bending anti-Semite from El Salvador opened fire in Joel Osteen's Houston-based Lakewood Church. In January, a Nazi-supporting transgendered member in Oregon was arrested after threatening to, quote, go out in a blaze of glory. The same month, a trans-identifying teen stalked the halls of a school in Iowa, murdering a sixth grader and wounding 5 others. Last year, a female transgendered member murdered 3 children and 3 adults at a Christian school in Nashville, Tennessee. And they also go on to talk about the shooting in Colorado Springs in 2022, and also the one in 2019 at STEM School Highlands Ranch. That was also in Colorado. So you have a lot of these mass shootings that have been covered a lot or not covered a lot in the media based on the identity of certain shooters and what they subscribe to. And we always compare and contrast the media coverage if it's somebody from the LGBTQ plus community versus a red hat MAGA wearing Trump supporter, and the disparity in coverage and headlines. Is this a whoops bad moment for Call of Duty, or is this a nothing burger for the Call of Duty video game franchise? And I think people will be surprised by my answer here. This is a nothing burger, because you have to be able to separate reality from fantasy. I don't believe that the television, a video game system, a gaming console, a specific game, something you see in a movie, a Netflix series, that should never be to blame for somebody's actions in the real world. I've always thought this is where parenting matters. This is where you tell your child, hey, just because you're sitting there for an hour on your Xbox and you killed 87 people, that does not mean it is, and it's crazy you have to say this, but that does not mean you go out there and you do that in the real world. I think you have to be able to separate entertainment from the truths of society. So I'm not going to kill Call of Duty for this. To me, this is just capitalism. Maybe, I don't even want to say at its finest, but to its extreme measure, where they allow you to purchase and download a Pride bundle. Not sure why you would need that in a video game, but if that's your thing, knock yourself out. The Blaze tried to make a big stink of it. But I do think that this whole LGBTQ plus movement and this trans movement, again, as I said in the big take, nobody should target these individuals. They have every right, just the way you do, to live your life. But the biggest issue for me is just the general umbrella of children and protecting children. And I know, Dawn, this is something that you talk about a lot, but I just wanted to pass these stories on from the Tennessee and the Blaze, because I think a lot of people try to take it to a certain level where I think, at the end of the day, this all comes back to parenting, whether it's the video game or going through these hormone blockers and these puberty blockers. This comes down to parents making an informed decision and knowing all of the data that is out there. That's why I think shows like this matter, because we're giving you that study of 15,000 plus people. We're giving you the stories of how nations around the globe outside of the United States are stopping a lot of this, if not all of it. But yet here in the United States, it's a total role reversal. It's encouraging this. It's lifting it up. And it's one of these things where, as I've said it, and I cited before, by the year 2032, the transgender surgery procedure industry is going to be a $30 billion a year industry.
Yeah, until all the lawsuits take effect and then hospitals, major hospitals start getting sued and losing in cities like Philadelphia, and that's when it all ends.
Yeah.
As far as Call of Duty, the bullets that you can paint in the Pride colors are not real bullets.
Right.
They're basically a cartoon, they're a graphic.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the important piece of this. What if Audrey Hale, who's we now know has been suffering with mental health issues since she was a little kid, and that's the question for Vanderbilt and for those medical professionals. What did they know? Because reportedly she was expressing violence against other kids for decades, for at least 15 years that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
And so if that's true, they had an obligation to tell that, and they did not. And
Mm-hmm.
why didn't they?
Right.
And so to me, what it looks like is that nobody wants to talk about any of these issues, which I know are sensitive issues. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that if somebody has mental health, serious mental health issues, and they go to buy a firearm, for example, they're, number one, they're most likely to harm themselves, but especially somebody in this case that has expressed violence against others and other kids, why in the world, A, would you let that individual buy a bunch of firearms? B, why would you counsel that individual in a school where there are little kids?
Mm-hmm.
So these are all the questions that we should be able to talk about in a very transparent way. They don't want us to have the conversation. Also, you mentioned a nasal spray that obviously is like for allergies or whatever, a nasal spray, and then on top of it, some medications that would help somebody's mental health. Is there information that maybe some of these different meds, are they looking at the drug interactions of these?
Mm-hmm.
I sometimes think with Philadelphia kids, have you ever noticed when are they switching doctors, switching schools, going off their meds? We have all these meds going on with kids. What's the impact when they combine it with another med? What's the impact when they just suddenly go off of it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And are they acting out? And number three, I'll just say with Audrey Hale, what if she could have played Call of Duty with the trans bullets, whatever, with the painted, and would that have helped her therapy? It may have.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with a stinking video. It's a video game. That's it.
Mm-hmm. I agree. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, 921 here on this Monday morning. It's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Harry, we're in. Passenger relay. Sir, take this. I want you to tell him what I see. Okay! We got a wad! Pretty big!
There's a pretty big wad.
Brass fittings?
Brass fittings.
I think I can reach the circuit wire.
He can reach the circuit wire.
No, don't. That's a decoy, classic.
That's your classic decoy.
What else?
What else?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Me.
Oh, darn.
Hold on.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
I remember seeing this movie in the theaters when I was 10 years old. It came out 30 years ago today. I would argue 1 star, completely overrated. The other one that you just heard, completely underrated. But if you know that movie, call her 855-839-1210. You will get a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies against the Somerset Patriots at First Energy Stadium in Reading on Fireworks Night, Friday, July 5th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. Call her 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner when we come back. It's Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, I wish I could handle all my financial needs under one roof.
How many roofs do you go to?
Currently, 4. One for savings, another for loans, and...
Stop.
Write this down. First Harvest Credit Union. I'm able to save money with amazing loan rates and saving options like certificates, checking, growth savings account, which is currently earning 3.5% annual percentage yield. Should I continue?
You had me at one roof. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Equal opportunity lender insured by NCUA.
Xfinity fireworks shows at Citizens Bank Park are always a blast. Don't miss out on Thursday, June 27th and Friday, June 28th, both at 6:20 when the Phils face the Marlins. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. It'll be totally tubular at Chick-fil-A 1980s Retro Night on Thursday, July 11th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Dodgers. And kids 14 and under receive a Phillies bullpen cart. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like, 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb. For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season and style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? You know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Thank you. How you can hate this man.
Welcome to my world.
It's Kayal Company.
Won't you come on in?
Come on in. You're always welcome in our world. Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
Miracles, I guess.
Here on Talk Radio 1210.
Still happen now and then.
WPHT. Cut Sheet Part 2.
Step into my heart.
Coming up in about 5 minutes. Also need to get Dawn's official statement on trans-friendly front holes. We'll get to that in just a moment. But before we get to that, let's give away some baseball tickets, because we have Todd in Chalfont who's with us and has identified that clip that came out 30 years ago today. Todd, good morning. What movie was that?
Good morning. Well, in honor of Hunter Biden and all the chatter, it was an easy one. Speed.
Well played, sir. Speed, that is correct. June 10th, 1994. Jeff Daniels and Keanu Reeves. And Dennis Hopper as well. So good work, Todd. You got the Reading Phillies tickets.
All right, great show, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Thanks,
there
Todd.
he is, Todd checking in. Yeah, I think Jeff Daniels completely underrated. I think he's good in a multitude of roles. I would argue that Keanu Reeves completely overrated. Think about it. Like he broke onto the scene with Speed. Then there was The Matrix.
He didn't break onto the scene with Speed.
What was a bigger hit than
He
that?
did Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Oh,
He
that's
did
right.
My Own Private Idaho. He
Okay.
did a lot of stuff. He was in a movie called Parenthood with Steve Martin.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Parenthood is like my husband's favorite
It's-
parenting movie.
You like
It is
that?
a
It's a
fabulous
classic.
movie. It is a fabulous movie.
Matrix,
It is a fabulous movie.
overrated?
Matrix?
No.
Yeah, it's a terrible
I was
movie.
terrible. He was also awful in that movie with Gene Hackman where he played the backup quarterback. It's always on TBS
I
every
like
year.
Keanu Reeves.
The Replacements.
Yeah.
Yeah, atrocious. I'm not a big Keanu Reeves guy. He's kind of flamed out. Has he done anything in the last
John
15
Wick.
years?
I love his John Wick stuff.
Actually, John Wick was very good.
I don't think I saw that. John Wick.
Oh, yeah. You
Okay.
got to check it out.
All right, I'll take a look. All right. Dawn, I got to get your thoughts on this. So this is really out of my wheelhouse. It's out of Greg's wheelhouse. It's out of Phil's. It's out of Henry's. This is right for you. So a top cancer charity has now had to apologize for using the word cervix instead of trans-friendly front hole. The Canadian Cancer Society, which is run by philanthropist Andrea Seal, acknowledged that the LGBTQ plus community on a webpage dedicated to cervical cancer under the page's Words Matter section. Words Matter. Okay. Actions don't, but words do. So here's the official statement. We recognize that many trans men and non-binary people may have mixed feelings about or feel distanced from words like cervix. You may prefer other words, such as front hole. We recognize the limitations of the words that we've used while also acknowledging the need for simplicity.
Yeah.
Another reason we use words like cervix is to normalize the reality that men can have these body parts too. The Cancer Society posted that instead of cervix, they will now go with front hole out of respect for the transgender community. And according to the society, anyone with a cervix, regardless of gender or sexual orientation, should get regular cervical cancer screenings or pap smears starting at the age of 25. Dawn, are you a big believer in simplicity and the need for it? And your thoughts on this?
This is disrespectful to women and girls who don't want their private parts to be called a hole.
But it's the front.
Front
location
hole
matters. We're always told location, location, right?
So now they've reduced. Think about this. This is an alleged top charity, whatever. It has reduced a woman's body part, or a woman or a female, as a whole.
Yeah.
Now just imagine for a moment if somebody like, I don't know, Donald J. Trump, got up on a platform, much like he did over the weekend in Vegas, and talked about women and their front holes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What would the left say? They would. Rachel Maddow, head hole, would lose her mind, right?
Head hole.
and so that's just it. At the end of the day, they're so worried about a tiny percentage of individuals and their rights and respecting them that they do the absurd. You couldn't even make this up. It's like a comedy. It's like a comedy bit right here.
It really is. It's in this world to make everybody feel inclusive, which you should. Like people have just lost their ever-loving minds. Trans-friendly front hole. Like, you're right. If any man said that in any sexual setting with a female, talking about holes on any location in their body, even the mouth, right? Like, the mouth is a hole technically, right?
And this isn't
respect the hole.
Respect the hole.
This isn't just some wackadoodle who's doing this, right? This
is
the
Canadian Cancer Society.
The Canadian
Cancer
Society.
This is not a TikTok rant from some nut job that Stalker found that is going to play at 9:45 or 7:45. I mean, these are respected physicians that are more concerned about vocabulary and words because 4% of society says, well, actually, you should relabel it this because did you know? No, I did not know, and I don't want to know.
I mean, and you can have so much fun with this, like a hole in one, watering hole. Yeah. I mean, it gives a whole new meaning.
The whole shebang, the whole kit and caboodle. I'm remembering the scene from Titanic when that one guard says to Molly Brown, if you open that hole in your face one more time.
Can we...
shut your pie hole?
Yeah, shut your pie hole.
Can we just invade Canada already?
So who should we take out next? France? Canada or
France
or
right
England.
Now. Are you seeing what they're doing?
Yeah, they've
with their elections
dissolved the parliament for Macron.
Yeah,
because they're all going conservative. Why? Yeah. And they're going to the right wing. They're going conservative because of the immigration issue.
Mm.
Boom.
Yeah. Funny you say that. I got a text from an individual who doesn't know what he wants to do for the rest of his life career-wise, and he said. He passed this tweet along. France national rally wins a historic 31.5% of the vote, forcing Macron to dissolve the parliament. Germany, Belgium, Italy, Austria, Spain, Luxembourg, all going, quote, right wing.
Yeah.
So now you know everybody's.
And look at what it is.
Wave in America.
It's big news.
It is.
I mean, it's big news. I mean, if we follow suit, I mean, that's that, and we do a lot of times. So it's interesting to see how the rest of the world is going.
Yep.
Because what's happening to these countries, and it's all of these countries are reacting to the fact that they have policies in which people can flood into their country, get their benefits, and they're not us. These are more socialist countries, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, well said.
Very great.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2, as we continue. It's Kale and Company here on a Monday.
Just yesterday, a relative of mine said, which Piazza should I go to? We're looking for a used, they're thinking about a used minivan, but her husband wants a truck. I said, it's okay. Go to Piazza, figure it out. Piazza Auto Group, across the board, they're going to help you out. Right now, Piazza Auto Group exploring the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, the Discovery, the Range Rover models. Schedule a test drive at Land Rover, Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington. Find yours today. There is power within the Piazza Auto Group, Piazza, Piazza Auto Group. Just go to one of their many dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Let them know Dawn sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it! I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog. You're crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Crying all the time. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine. Well, they said you was high class.
Caitlyn Company. Always high class, always first class on this program. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Well, Dawn's all class. Greg and I are just degenerates. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in just about 6 or 7 minutes. Let's get to a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Starting with cut 16 here, Phil. Joe Biden over the weekend was in France. He did the D-Day celebration at Normandy and ended it with a state dinner on Friday or Saturday, I'm not sure, where he kissed France's butt. Told them that France and the United States have always been there for one another. We stand together when the going gets tough. It's amazing. I know he lies, love, but this might be the biggest whopper of them all, in my opinion. Cut 16, Phil, go.
And then it said, the French are allies who, quote, happen to speak democracy in a different language. Yeah. And we democracies aren't just doing favors. We're fighting for each other. When history gets through, we all are in the same boat, end of quote. France and the United States have always been there for one another. We stand together when the going gets tough, and that's a fact. We stand together to defend the values that lie at the soul, the very soul of both our nations. And I believe that to be the case today.
By the way,
is he supposed to be saying end quote?
I don't know, but France and the United States standing together when the going gets tough is the biggest load of crap. We stood there and got tough, and they ran like cowards, like the cowards they are.
Yes.
And our men and women had to bail their asses out.
Yep.
Screw the French.
As I said last week, I will never forget the episode of Married with Children when Al Bundy said they ran like a Frenchman from a cap gun. Are they the softest nation on the planet? Is there any doubt?
Canada.
That's a good question.
Canada.
We should do a poll question. Canada or France?
I think Canada's worse than France right now.
French wine versus Canadian beer. What do you got?
Oh, French wine, 100%.
Yeah,
French wine is the best.
Okay.
There's no...
Better
than
Italian wine?
Yes. I'll fight a man for that.
All right, so you'll be fighting Dom and Rich coming up at 7 o'clock.
I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say. I'm correct. More people should listen to me. Cut 12 here, where he talks about being the son of the American Revolution. He hasn't been able to prove that yet, but he knows it in his heart.
It's somewhere in the family tree.
Cut 12, Phil, go.
Mr. President, Brigitte, distinguished guest, you know, one of the things that's been a legend in my family is my middle name is Robinet. And allegedly,
What?
I was told by my grandfather.
His
middle name is Robinette.
Robinette, and he says, my middle name is Robinette. It's like, he just, whatever. Wherever he's at.
He's French.
That's what, yeah.
He is the ultimate chameleon.
Can somebody put Joe Biden in a beret and just say, these are my people. Oh, just nauseating.
Yeah, by the way, the American Revolution, March 22nd, 1765. Biden fought in the American Revolution. Did you know that?
I'm going to start off cut 12 again, Phil, go.
Mr. President, Brigitte, distinguished guest.
Brigitte.
You know, one of the things that's been a legend in my family is my middle name is Robinet. And allegedly, I've been told by my grandfather that this was established. I've not found it yet. Maybe someone could help me.
Neither has Brian Stelter.
I'm a son of the American Revolution.
Yeah.
Because Robinette came over with Lafayette
and
never
Lehigh.
went home. Stayed in the United States. So that makes me a son of the American Revolution. And but I haven't been able to establish that yet. So maybe one of your genealogists can figure it out for me.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Maybe somebody can help me with that.
I don't even get angry anymore.
Somebody help me with my
This is just parody.
He was raised in the Puerto Rican community.
Yeah, the Greek church.
He's Robinet.
He was there for segregation.
France. I mean,
plus just the
just. God. By the way, the French can have him. All right, that's what
I don't think the French want him.
That's what I got.
I got to tell you, God help it if we lose. If you can't beat this guy, my God.
Yeah,
12-year-old could beat this guy. My daughters could run. Come on, how? This can't be America. Robinet. It's 9:48. I'm not going to yell. I had plenty of time to yell. I'm in a good mood today. I'm not going to fake it. No faux outrage on this show. It's just comedy at this point, hearing this guy talk. And his second in charge, she's a walking parody bit, too.
Yep.
Get me started on her. All right, 9:49. One person that's not a parody bit.
Nope.
She's an award-winning journalist.
Yep.
She's the class of the show.
Oh,
Dawn
thank you,
Stensland,
sir.
coming up 11 minutes out.
Yeah, so we'll update you on everything as far as, let's talk about the southern border, since Biden said that he's going to control the southern border. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about crime control in high crime areas in Philadelphia, what's taking effect today and moving forward to next week. That's pretty big news. We also have Hunter Biden in court. Will he testify or won't he? So Trump in Vegas, Trump obviously holding this from Mar-a-Lago, this Zoom type of meeting as he has to check in with the parole department in New York.
Will Jeffrey Toobin be on that Zoom?
Yeah, yuck. And coming up at 10:15, Reverend Joshua Robertson. So we have a group of African-American pastors, black pastors from our region as they're heading to Harrisburg and just imploring the governor, imploring lawmakers, please talk about better education, school choice issues because of troubled education here in Pennsylvania, here in Philadelphia. So all things education, which brings us to Beth Ann Rossica, Broad and Liberty. We've talked a lot about her today, actually. So Beth Ann on her latest piece. There's just so much happening today. We're live, we're local. We got it all covered for you.
All right. Dawn Show coming up in just about 9 minutes, as now we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Monday, June 10th. We celebrate the birthdays of Jimmy Chamberlain from the Smashing Pumpkins, Judy Garland, and Joey Santiago from the Pixies. We also lost Ray Charles on this day in 2004. Singles include Elton John's Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me from 74, and That's the Way I Like It by KC and the Sunshine Band from 75. Albums include One of These Nights by the Eagles in 75, Welcome Interstate Managers by Fountains of Wayne in 2003, and Black Sabbath's 13 in 2013. Also, Exile on Main Street by the Stones was atop the British chart in 72. In 67, the California Magic Mountain Music Festival took place, considered to be the very first rock music festival. In 66, Janis Joplin made her singing debut with Big Brother and the Holding Company, and in 72, Elvis Presley played Madison Square Garden. But lastly, on this day in 2007, Don't Stop Believin' was on the jukebox while Tony Soprano sat at a diner during the very last scene of The Sopranos. For Kale and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
All right, nice work, Philip, on a Monday. That'll do it for us today. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Get slimmer for this summer without any shots. NJ Diet is nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. You will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully monitored the entire time, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Princeton, and Newark, Delaware. Or NJ Diet is available from home with live online video consultations. Lose the weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult